Hello, everyone. Welcome. Big Boom Up Friday. It's time to dig back in, but we've got a new complication. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Hello, everyone. Who's all here? Yes, Soppy, Kraid, Noman, Darkrift, Hazemaker, Baines, Cactus Bee, Running Wild, Marmot, Alpaca. Oh, I should make a big Boom Up Friday neural network image set. Except we're only going to be doing like one more of these. We'll see. We'll see if I decide to do it or not. Hey, Berserker, how's it going? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Let's go fix my cameras. You go down a little bit. Run this batch file. This is still broken. I gotta see about fixing this, which is really just plugging it into a different USB port. No, it's correct. Weird. Weird that it's correct that time after 2 days and, like, wasn't before. Whatever. Anyway, welcome, everyone. If you're interested in the list, we got the Boom Up command to summon it. But in the meantime, let me see. Need to pull up the list so that this will attach. Then we can go here to this. This is the other list. Zoom in a little bit. So welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to be looking at these games. I have the time-consuming redeems turned off because this is a very time-consuming activity as it is. As it is. So last time, just to get everybody caught up, in case you missed it last time, we've got this. We've got this. This is a list of a whole, belts 'em ups. This is a list of the, as many as we could think of, beat 'em ups on the Genesis and the Super Nintendo, the Super Famicom, and the Mega Drive. The purpose here, the original question that we were asking was whether it would be better to have the Genesis or the Super Nintendo in terms of if you only had one system, which one would be better for beat 'em ups to have? So there are 3 Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon games. Yes, Soppy. Was Dynamite Ducks on the Genesis? No. No, it was not. Doesn't count. Not a 16-bit game. Don't worry, Hayes. There's only one game we missed, actually, as far as I know. Nope, because you can't take the arcade home, right? If you were to own the Sega Genesis or that is incorrect, Hayes. You can go work for Atari now, though. Congratulations on your new job. That's on there. BNU. So, we did miss one game. Now, I started from a list that Bovine Divine sent me. And shout out to Bovine Divine. I spelled that correctly. Yes, I did. Bovine did a bunch of streams over the previous weekend of like game show, not game show, but like trade show type stuff, and his retro game room setup, which was very good. Always a fun chat with Bovine. Hey, Darkmax, how's it going? So specifically between the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo, including alternate region or including Japanese region games separately, I don't believe, and Hayes, maybe you can correct me on this, I don't believe there's any European PAL exclusive Super Nintendo or Mega Drive games that are belt-scrolling beat-em-ups. But as far as I know, there are none. However, we did forget one game, and this is a very important game. Zolfar, thank you for the whole year. 1 full year of subscription. Thank you so much, Zolfar. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, there you go. Yeah, no home computers, no arcade stuff, no other consoles, because there really were only 2 16-bit consoles that had any reasonable market share. Back from New York? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, hope you had a great time. Hey, Namrood, how's it going? So we missed one very, very important game. And whether you call it Super Draken or Draken 2 or Dragon View, which is its US name, it is in fact a beat-em-up. It is a belt-scrolling action beat-em-up, but it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than these other games. I'm going to fill out one thing preemptively. This game has a depth of 10. Because it's a full-fledged RPG with secrets and NPCs and conversation and magic and level ups and equipment. It's got everything. It is absolutely a 10 in depth. I know that already. Dragon View is also, in my opinion, probably one of the best games on the Super Nintendo. I have Cactus Bee. It's probably one of the best games overall on the entire system, which is saying something because it's in competition with games like Super Mario World, Mario Kart and F-Zero, if you like those kind of games, Final Fantasy II. The competition on Super Nintendo is intense, right? I was talking about this on Mr. Radon's stream a couple of days ago, I think, yesterday, maybe the day before. He was playing Lagoon, and I was like, you know, people love to shit on Lagoon, but it's one of the top 10, it was one of the top 10 games at the time of its release. And for the remainder of that year, it remained in the top 10. And if you start including 1992, because it was released in 91, towards the end of 91, if you start including 1992, the competition for, it's still like top 15, top 20, but the competition for Super Nintendo in 1992 was extremely fierce. Like, there was a tremendous amount of competition for top games, right? When you start looking at, like, I mean, even a bit later, but, like, I mean, I just thought that was what the toilets were like there. Sorry. The competition in the Super Nintendo is really, really hot, right? You've got Super Metroid, Link to the Past, Super Mario World, Mario Paint, Contra 3, if you like that sort of thing, right? That's some really, really highly rated and very well remembered games on Super Nintendo. And for my money, I can barely think of... I don't know that I could think of I don't know that I could think of 10 games that are as good as Dragon View on the Super Nintendo. Let's take a look real quick. First, we'll go by the release order, because a lot of really good games were released early on, and I think the quality kind of slipped off later on. But we can find a spot for it within those first games, and then we can figure it out from there. Is it better than F-Zero? Yes. Gradius 3? Yes. Pilot Wings? Yes. SimCity? Yes. Super Mario World? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Better than Chessmaster? Better than Draken? Better than Hyperzone? Better than Super R-Type? Is it better than UN Squadron? Yes. Is it better than ActRaiser? Yes. Is it better than Final Fight? Yes. Is it better than Final Fantasy II? That's tough. That's tough. I think probably not. Just because Final Fantasy II is in a way, I think, a peak of its genre. Is it better than Super Ghouls and Ghosts? Yes. Better than Lagoon. Better than Super Castlevania 4. Better than Joe and Mac. Better than Ys 3. Is it better than Contra 3? Yes. Is it better than Link to the Past? I might not be. Not Link to the Past. I think I know where it sits. I think Dragon View sits directly below Soul Blazer. It's better than Secret of Mana for sure. 100%. I think it sits directly below Soul Blazer. Now, Soul Blazer is an incredible game, right? I like Soul Blazer better than Super Mario World and better than Link to the Past, but I don't think it's better than those games. I think that Soul Blazer has its, it has its stuff, but it's definitely like a top 5 game on the platform. And I think that Dragon View comes in right behind Soul Blazer. And that, for me, that's incredible praise. There aren't a lot of games. I think Super Metroid is probably higher than Soul Blazer. I think Super Metroid is just incredibly well done. It's overplayed. You see it way too much anymore. But it's still an incredible game, and it's still fun to play it. You know, it's weird. Like, Secret of Mana could be really good, but it has... I'll put it this way. There's a reason why I never finished Secret of Mana back in the day, and I finished Soul Blazer like 4 times, right? Well, I finished Link to the Past 3 or 4 times. Finished Super Mario World 3 or 4 times. Same with Super Metroid. I rented Super Metroid, finished it, and then bought it. And then finished it again on my new cartridge that I bought it on. And then I finished it 2 or 3 more times over the intervening years. But Dragon View is an incredible game. So this is actually going to be... It's going to be a pretty big shift in how the ratings work out. You do. There we go. Yeah, like there's a ton of games that are on the Super Nintendo that are just fantastic, right? There are so many games on the Super Nintendo that putting together a top 10 list is tough because you have so many candidates that are top 10. Putting together a top 10 list on the 3DO is tough because you have so few candidates. And the few candidates that you have are like, okay, these 3 games are great. Everything else sucks equally. Except for this handful of games that like simply don't work. So there's this trouble associated with the Super Nintendo that's different from most every other system, right? I might have trouble putting together the top 10 games on Sega Genesis because while there's great standouts, they're much fewer and far between. The Super NES doesn't have that problem. 1, because of a larger library, and 2, because the top echelon, the top segment of that library is so much bigger than other systems. Now, granted, there's tons of shit on the Super Nintendo. There's tons of absolute trash, but that's balanced out by also having an incredibly solid top end to the library. However, what this means is that I don't know that any other beat 'em up on the Super Nintendo is a top 10 platform-wide game. But we know that for the Sega Genesis, Streets of Rage 2 definitely is a platform-wide top 10 game, whether I like it or not. I'm not the biggest Streets of Rage 2 fan, but I can't deny the quality that with which that game is put together. Not so much Streets of Rage 1 or 3, but 2 kind of nails a sweet spot for it. Anyway, so we're going to play these games today. Oh, also, for anyone who missed it earlier in the week or last week, I got my new tiny baby controller for the Genesis, which barring any incompatibility, I'll be using that just to test it out as well, which it feels pretty good. It's got the more floaty D-pad than the it's got the more floaty D-pad than the original Genesis controller, but it might be okay. We'll see. It seems like it's a little more precise than the Saturn pad. I don't, Haste Rider. I don't, actually. You probably can't read it too well, but that is an MK 1937. This is a US Sega Kid controller. As you can tell by the ample cord length, different controller. Different controller. Who knows what other differences it might have? Surely I do not. All right. I do, Alpaca, and I feel like those are very good controllers. The layout is excellent. They're just the right size. This one, Zofar, the Sega Kid controller. I've yet to use it in any significant fashion. I don't believe there was a Japanese Kid controller, just a regular Japanese controller. Well, you wouldn't have had this one. If you had a US 6-button controller, you wouldn't have had this one. This controller is different. There are, I think, 5 official models of 6-button controller for the Sega Genesis. This is the regular sized Genesis controller in comparison, by the way. The 3-button one, I think it's likely that the floating pad on this one, is more precise, but we'll see. I haven't used this one in large quantity yet. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. The NES regular pad. This guy. This is fine. You just have to know how to hold it, which is like this if you're using your thumb, or like this if you're not. But it's fine. Better than the Dreamcast. I wouldn't call it ergonomic because that implies that it's like designed to be held well, which I don't think that was part of their design. It's also better than the GameCube controller for the digital stuff. Anyway, let's get started. We've got a lot of stuff to do. In case you've just arrived, where did I put it? Here it is. We started with AVP. We started with Golden Axe and Final Fight. Golden Axe and Final Fight are, I think, roughly similar in quality. Final Fight coming out with a 7.8. Golden Axe 1 coming out with an 8.2. They're within half a point of each other. I think that Final Fight on the Super Nintendo gets a little less credit because it's a little more cut down from the arcade. I think Golden Axe plays... You know, hey, Strider, I played it on the Super Nintendo, and I determined that that is completely false. No matter what people say, no matter how much people complain about losing co-op, it's simply untrue. Final Fight on the Super Nintendo is a very good game. Right? And that was the reason why I started with Final Fight on the Super Nintendo. It's why I started with Golden Axe on the Sega Genesis. Those two games are arcade ports. They were released early in the life cycle of their respective home systems, and they were released in the arcade at about the same time. Final Fight on the Super Nintendo is very, very good. It's an incredible version of the home version of the arcade game. Now, like I said, I'm not evaluating co-op games. If we're evaluating co-op games, then half of these games wouldn't be in the running, right? We'd be just cutting we'd be cutting out half of these games. Have you played it, Some Guy in a Hat? Have you played Batman Returns on the Super Nintendo? I mean, like, a whole bunch of these games wouldn't count, right? So, this is... it's right here. Well, you should play it then. It's so far the best beat-em-up I've played on the Super Nintendo. But yeah, if you want the list, if you want to take a look at the list and, like, search it and stuff, available here. It's fantastic. It's incredibly satisfying. You can take two clowns, smash their heads together, throw them against the back wall, causing damage. You have, like, bombs you can use. There's stages where you can use, like, a grappling hook and cool boss mechanics that are optional. It's unbelievable. It's so good. All the sprites are nice and detailed, but not, like... One of the problems I had with the art in Final Fight 2 was that in Final Fight 2, they tried to cram a lot of detail into the sprites, and they ended up making them look just a little bit muddy, or they kind of lost something in trying to cram that much detail. And it's one of the things I think about with, like, Final Fantasy 3 compared to Final Fantasy 2. In Final Fantasy 3, they just jammed so much detail into a lot of the sprites that they don't look like anything unless you already know what they're supposed to look like, and then you're like, oh, okay, my brain can now decode that, but you look at the actual pixels and it's just kind of a mess. Where they kept a slightly more cartoony style in 2, which allowed it to better express what the creatures were and what they looked like, and And while it was less detailed, it was much easier to read, much easier to see what was going on. And so I think that's an interesting portion of it. Anyway, so there's the list. There's the list. We're going to be starting with Final Fight 3 and Golden Axe 2, or Golden Axe 3, because I think those are an interesting point of departure for the two systems. I don't recall if they came out around the same time, but I do kind of know what to expect from each of them. We'll see. We'll see. And again, the way this is set up, Final Fight 3 on the Super Nintendo. The way this is set up, there are some concessions in terms of overall rating.
70 bits.
Tier
Oh,
70.
boy.
Letter B in square. Ig. Letter B in square. Eat 'em up. Letter B in square. Friday.
Hash Valentine, thank you for the 70 letter B in squares. Hope you're doing well, Hash. Give Hash a shout out. Hash is an excellent streamer. Hash is going to be playing one of my favorite games soon. Dark Alliance on PlayStation 2. Which will be very good. Alright, we're going to play Final Fight 3 on the Super Nintendo. Gosh, I'm thirsty. So the way I have the ratings set up, there's a calculation. You can see it in the you can see it in the cells in the sheet if you look at it. Basically, the way it works is technical is not like... Technical is, does the game do interesting things for the platform that it's on? Does it do scaling and rotation on the Genesis? Does it make good use of Mode 7? Does it have high-resolution cutscenes or whatever, right? It's all for all technical type stuff, not for, like, the technical depth of the game. That's covered in depth. So technical gets 20% less contribution to the final score. Sound effects receive 10% less contribution to the final score. Music, appearance, theme, and depth are all even. Play control contributes an extra 10%, and fun contributes an extra 20% to the final rating. So if a game does lots of technical tricks, but it's not very fun, it's going to suffer much more than otherwise. The Mad Gear gang was destroyed. The citizens of Metro City finally thought their nightmare was over. But they live in Crime City. Oh, shit. Skullcross. And you're Mike Hager. Have you ever played it, Doom Noob? Warring States period. Long time no see, guy. How did your training go? I haven't seen you since Final Fight 1. Wait, shit. Came level normal. Partner level normal. Attack, jump, extra joy, hold direction, LNR. Hit config on. I would like the hit config to be on. Oh man, Hagar, Guy, Dean, Lucia. I haven't played Lucia. I like playing the characters who are, That's a... That's an idle animation. Whoa! It looks like we got... Oh! Good. Yeah. Here we got... Yeah, we got Street Fighter spells. Hey, it's Duckman. How's it going? You gotta hit the first thing first. He's got claws. How are we looking graphically compared to? Compared to 1 and 2. Hey, Gog Zero, how's it going? Okay, you can get hit out of that. There's shit to break in the background. You have to throw guys into it. Okay. Okay, cool. It's just jumping fireball. It's just quarter circle forward in the air. Oh, her super move. Oh, I don't have enough superpower yet, I guess. Come back here. I want to see if I can throw you into the thing. Can't throw me into that thing. Okay, now I got super. Weapons, we got weapons. I'm not a huge weapon fan because of that. Oh, my super is out now. There we go. Oh, it's just a combo. Boss time. Wait, did he just... Oh, he can change direction in the air. That's... that's something. What was that? Not a huge fan of this track. Jump. So he always does the jump when he gets up. Not a fan of the flashing there. That has a million active frames. It's not Pirates of Darkwater bad, but it's not good. It's below 5. The rest of the music is not so bad. It's not great. Maybe like a 6. Let's see, what did I give Final Fight 1, 8, 9, 8? Maybe a 7. Oh, the throwing Warhammer. Excellent. I do like that. I do like that. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if I got the alternate route or not. Sebasai, thank you for the 50 bits. Well, that's what that is. Running combo. Yeah, this game's got good depth. Controls real snappy. Some of the hitboxes are a little like foot dollar. Foot dollar. Yeah, I think overall I think the music is a downgrade from the previous one. Foot dollar. Speaking of feet. Two is almost as good as 1, but not quite. Arby's. Get Dr. CDCS to play this. Oops. Club. Oh, we're gonna go in the club. Probably not. Yeah, let's schlub in the club. There's not very much food in this game. Yeah. I wish you could do rising dragon punch kick into fire kick regularly, just on its own. But gotta save it for the super. Call man. Wait, you can break tables. Shit. Yeah, there's not enough of it. May with the the knives. Oh, that's... Okay, hold on. That's an additional piece of depth that I would like to know about. Excuse me? Dude, come on. Okay, so they just made a boss who turns off his hitbox. That's... He can even just evade your super. That's a point against fun. That's almost a full point against fun. Like, just having the boss turn off his hitbox. Because I presume... You'll note, Doom Noob, if you actually look, you'll notice that none of the other scores are filled out for Dragon View. We haven't played it yet. We haven't played it yet. But yeah, that car looks like it has, like, huge, hideous clown lips and sharp teeth. Yeah, I've played Dragon View before. I know the game well. It is the exemplary 10 in depth. If you want to know what a 10 score in depth looks like, it's Dragon View. We're going to play Dragon View after Golden Axe 3. God, that... It's so hard to get the super to register. A teeth and tongue car. Oh, right. I was going to try a move. I was going to try a combo, but the boss wouldn't allow me. Yeah, okay. It looks like that works. Oh, there's like a jump back to get out of hit stun. That's pretty neat. Oh. This is a huge fucking bus. This is the biggest bus I've ever seen. Okay, you can... I don't get it, though. Like... What did I pick up, even? I hope the boss is some crazed bus driver. Why is... There's a bunch of moves that I don't understand the utility of. It also looks like it's double-decker based on the angle of the buildings outside. Oh, I assumed those were rubber mats. I assumed those were rubber mats. Or do you mean the, like, metal... the metal panels. Well, there's like, you can do this combo where you do like a couple of hits and then you go into the dash combo, but like it always knocks them down when you do that. You like do a bunch of moves. You can do like combo cancels, but it's pointless. I don't like that your super meter just like disappears after a while, so you can't like, you can't use it strategically. Yeah, the problem with the rising kicks is that they're so unsafe, right? Again, this game, I think, suffers a little bit in the art quality department. There's interesting moves, but there's like... Oh yeah, it's on the way down. I've gotten hit out of it a couple of times already, so... It's... I think this game suffers in the art department because there's less frames of animation. Everything feels a little less smooth and a little more like... They knew what era the Super Nintendo was in at this point, and how much they wanted to invest in a Final Fight game. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. This is full backseat because I get so little time with this game. Stuff like having consistent exploits that trivialize the game. Oh, you mean like the get up? Yeah. That's fine. I prefer that to regular enemies. I prefer that to regular enemies having like too many iframes or like being too hard to hit most of the time. See, like, I want to do the, like, 2-kick into the dash combo, but they always get knocked down by it beforehand. Yeah, this is a bit later, if I recall correctly. Oh, I accidentally did my super into the corner. Again, I think this game has, like... This was 93? In the US? Yeah, we'll have a look. Hey, Way Out West, how's it going? We'll have a look. Releases, best source says December 1995 in Japan. January 1996 in the States. It's a 1996 game. Oh, that's an interesting wrinkle. It doesn't really do you much good though. I guess for other characters that they have like a back move. Okay. Boss moved very fast. Yeah, December 95 in Japan. So this was well into 3D games being out. Capcom was focusing more on fighting games. Yeah, that's part of the, like, I guess I would file it under Play Control. But, like, there's not a lot of care in this game with regard to, like, hitboxes and, like, animation and movement and stuff. There's something missing. This game is like Final Fantasy 2 or like Final Fight 1 or Final Fight 2 was to 1. It's just a little bit less. It adds depth, it adds interesting stuff, but it's just a little bit less than Final Fight 2 was. In terms of the quality of execution, the quality of everything, even the little map here, we don't get the map between scenes. It just goes one thing to the next and so on. So, in a technical sense, this game does very little. It's not taking advantage of very much on the Super Nintendo. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't slow down much at all. There's less going on. It's doing less than even Final Fight 1 was, I think. Because Final Fight 1 had just those gigantic sprites. It had a lot going on. It had, like, just a little bit of stuff. A little bit more. This game's probably a 6 in technical things of your mind. I give it the 13 months. Sound effects are still quite good. I'd say I didn't really notice them. I didn't notice that they were just, like, really beefy like I did in the others. I'd give it probably an 8. Probably still an 8. Music is a downgrade over the other games. The music in this is about a 5. It's unimpressive at best and obnoxious at worst. So it gets a 5. Appearance is another downgrade from 1 and 2. This game has that same muddiness problem that games have. It has less animation, it has less going on, and it just has less care put into it, right? Even the character designs they're moving towards the, like, Street Fighter Alpha type stuff. But the problem is that it's the same kind of style that kind of, like, we can look at it here, right? It's that same kind of, like, very cartoony style that we start to see in, like, Street Fighter Alpha 3 is where I know it from, but I'm sure that there was a development in between. It's very, like, cartoony style, but we're seeing it in slightly lower resolution and with less care and time put into it. With less, like, less investment into the art. And you can see this in some places, right? Like the way the shading on Dean's chest is done, the way the shading on Lucia's arms is done, right? They didn't have much interest in doing dithering or any time-consuming techniques, and just kind of, it seems like it was very much filled out, here you go. Pejoratively, this looks a little bit like a Genesis game, if I'm being honest, right? Like a port to Genesis, because there's something missing in the use of color depth and stuff like that, right? It doesn't look as good as... It still looks good. It still gets an 8. But it doesn't look as good as Final Fight 1, even, right? Final Fight 1 made really good use of less detail to make really good-looking characters, right? They used less colors in larger surfaces to make the game look really good, and that was partly because that was their arcade team working towards that arcade hardware at that time. This is a different team working towards the SNES hardware, and honestly, like, that a port looks better and leverages the hardware better than this is a little bit of a disappointment. I think theme-wise, this is also probably a 7. It's not, I don't know. It's not Mad Gear again. They do some interesting stuff. They've got the wide bus. I'm putting a little bit of the multiple route stuff from Depth in here, to like expand this. But we've got really good depth. We've got multiple characters. The characters each have special moves. The special moves make a difference. There's supers. There's different types of enemies that you have to. Well, that's the thing, Noru. This isn't doing any techniques that would make it look better on CRT. No, it still looks like shit. But the multiple routes, the multiple characters, the enemy behavior. Owl Anonymous, thank you for the raid. Big raid.
Okay, go ahead.
You get you a shout out. So this game gets a 9 in depth. Where it suffers, though, it suffers in play control. With the lowered animation rates,
As often happens in Barbaria, a test of metal must be made before talks could begin. They fought.
Mario Kart 64 core. Oh, excellent. That's not my birthday. It's Big Beam Up Friday. I have a feeling that people are misreading my title. But I'm not changing it. Oh, you want to be here, Owl? I think you'll like this. I think you'll like this. Awesome. That's awesome. Welcome, everybody. So today, I'm going to try to play as many 16-bit belt-scrolling beat-em-ups as I can, as time allows, as much as my endurance will hold out. We've got a list. And we're digging into, I'll play a little bit of each game, just enough to get a sense of it, and see how it plays out. I'm currently doing Final Fight 3. So where were we? I think this game suffers the most in play control. And as a result, it suffers a bit more in fun as well. So,
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
things of your mind, thank you for the 100 bits.
Happy birthday, happy
Yep.
birthday, happy birthday, happy
I guess it's my birthday
birthday,
now.
happy birthday, happy birthday, happy
Please,
birthday,
read the
happy
sheet,
birthday,
Abs.
happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
We haven't done Dragon View yet. We just know in advance that it is a, we know that it's a 10 in depth. Now, here's the thing, right? Final Fight 2 is better executed in many ways than Final Fight 3. Final Fight 3 has appealing things about it, and it has more depth. So it's a longer game to play. What do we got? Yeah, it doesn't do anything that a CRT would help, is the problem. Yeah, if you want to check out the sheet, you can link to it directly. This whole idea came up as a discussion with Bovine Divine, where he was talking about, he made a comment that I kind of latched onto in my brain. I was like, that's interesting. That intrigues me, because he said, back in the day, I used to go tell my friends how awesome Streets of Rage was. I was the Sega kid at school. I would go always tell my friends I would talk up Streets of Rage and how great it was. And then when I got home, I would play Final Fight, and I was like, that's interesting. That's interesting to me. And I was like, it's like, here's the thing, right? If I was a big Final Fight fan, if I was like, hell yeah, I want more Final Fight, I would be stoked about this game. As a game on its own, it's not as good as Final Fight 1 or Final Fight 2. But it has more depth. There's more of it, right? You can play more of a slightly less good game, which is, it's a compromise that would appeal to, and I think they did a good job with this. It's a game that will appeal to fans of the series, and it's probably the best game in the series for those fans because of its depth, because of its size. But overall, its actual quality is a little bit less than Final Fight 2, which overall quality is a little bit less than Final Fight 1. Now, I know a lot of people are like, Final Fight 1 on the Super Nintendo sucks, but it doesn't. It's really good. It's just not co-op. If you're looking for a co-op game, we're going to be looking at a different list, right? So this is only considering single-player game quality overall. Now we can note, right? We can make a note here, if I can hit the right window, right? We can make notes that stuff has co-op, but I'm going to go back through and do that later. We're going to make notes about which ones have co-op and stuff like that. We don't need to worry about that right now. We're going to keep going. Now, again, I often make comparisons in series of Golden Axe and Final Fight. The original arcade games were released around the same time. The second and third games were home console only. There's a lot of similarities between them. They came out at, I think, roughly similar times with their second and third iterations. There was, I think, a 2-year gap between the home version of Golden Axe and the home version of Final Fight. I think that specifically between the Super Nintendo and the Genesis version of Golden Axe is slightly better than Final Fight, but they're within a half a point of each other in overall rating. I've seen people do incredible shit with Hagar in 1. I just don't know how to play him. I play Cody in 1. Yeah, for the arcade game, definitely Final Fight is the better of the two. Also, Al, I think you'll find this interesting. Let me get rid of this. I got this controller just recently. Hold on, let me blast this. So, I got this controller. It's not an SJ6000. It's not an SJ6000 6-button. This is an MK1937. This is an MK1937 Sega Kid controller. So I'm going to be using that where possible. If there's any compatibility issues, we'll look at those. So now we're going to look at Golden Axe 3. I got this last week. It's It's interesting. It's the same mold and size as the Japanese 6-button, but it at least has a longer cord. I don't know if there's other big differences. The buttons are nice and snappy. The control is nice and responsive, but I don't know how what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know how precise this floating D-pad will be. We'll see. So Golden Axe 3 was a Japan exclusive cartridge game, which is why I have the Japanese version here. It was also released on the Sega Channel in the US. So if you had the Sega Channel and if you had the Genesis, the difference is the number. So MK refers to the region. This is an MK 1650 for the regular controller, and then MK 1937 for the 6-button. Yeah, so it's like a model number basically. The SJ 6000 is the Japanese version of this with the shorter cord and unknown other differences. This controller is really weirdly rare and undocumented. Oh, right. I got it. See? Options. Mega Key is on. JPNTSC. What? No, I gotta get a hacked version? Maybe I gotta get the other version. The Sega Channel version. I was doing this because I'm lazy, and now the game is the region lock is forcing me to not be lazy. Do I have a Master System? I have 3 Master System. It's not preserved? Why isn't Mega Key working on this? Yes. It's okay. Wait, did it? Did I not save that? So what you're looking for, hey Strider, the thing that you're looking for is the way the controller is constructed. The C64 has a very simple controller thing. The do I have? It keeps resetting that. Oh, maybe this is options. World. Okay, there we go. It's a very simple thing. The problem is any controller can fry a C64 in port 1. Oh. Losing signal there a little bit. It's a cool intro. The Master System pad is generally safe. You can tell by opening it up and looking at it. If it's just like some wires going to a pad and shorting on that pad, you're all good. If there's a bunch of chips in between, it might not be safe. Golden Axe 3. Normal, hard, magic, attack, jump. Let's change that to attack, jump, magic, because that's what I prefer. 1 player, 2 player, and versus mode. We got 4 characters. One of those characters is not Gilius. We got this big dude. We got this panther dude. We got... This guy's called, like, Death Big Skull or something. And then some, Tyrus. This game, it tries. The music is trying. But it's not quite there, in my opinion. It's a little muddy. Now that you've been released from the evil curse, your mission is to defeat the Prince of Darkness and return with the Golden Axe. Go now, brave warrior. Alright, there he goes. The sound effects are a bit weak. Hey, Dark Aziel, how's it going? The elves have been turned into little men. You have to push a button to pick up a potion now. We got a snail. 1 frame of animation, 2 frames of animation. Okay, we got some parallax. You got some color blending going on in the background there, which is showing off all the phase artifacts. The animation in this is a good deal worse than Final Fight 3. There's the little snail guys. This game has a good theme and design, right? I think this game's theme is better than Final Fight 3. We got these cool fucking... We got these cool fucking stages where you can, like, throw a dude off the cart. There's a block. Oh! Look at that! Cart stage is very cool. Every time I see that cart stage, though, it makes me think of Jonathan and Macabre Battle Brothers discussion. Bio Balls, how's it going? I hate this dude's jump attack. Because you stay for so long on the ground. Get him. Our little men. We got a regular life bar instead of the segmented life bar. We got an eagle man. All right, we got sprites moving around the screen. We do have 1 big sprite for that. That's not bad. It's still less impressive to me than, like, the amount of stuff they do with the magic in 1. I think 1 looks better for the magic effects. But again, right, like, we got blocking bosses. Not a problem. Oh, we got multiple paths. Dragoon Zero, thank you for 17 months. Oh, I got the map. That's extra theme right there. I think that's better than 2. Tender Hamlet. Level F.
の世界では勝つことが正義だ。その正義を守るためにはフェアプレーでなければならない。
But yeah, like this background would look out of place in Double Dragon 1 arcade version, of course, but this background would look out of place in Double Dragon 1 for being like cheaply made in regard to like the tiles used and stuff like that. Right? It's not... This game isn't that well put together. Thematically, it's very good, but the execution on that theme is... Okay, that's cool. That little dude trying to crawl away. They're just making the ROM size smaller, honestly. There's a lot of content in this game, but like... All the enemies have throws, too. Danger. Yeah, and I think it's a common problem, right? Console-only arcade sequels just didn't have... They didn't have the projected profits that arcade games might have had. Is what I think it is, right? Like, they got their B team to do the console sequels because the arcade team was working on the next arcade game. And I don't know what the profits were like, but I have to imagine that I think you'd have to do more than just that, right? To fix this game, you'd need to... Balls. You'd need to improve everything, right? The theme is good. The background art... the background art is not so great. The, you'd probably need to retune combat. Like, a lot of stuff has a ton of commit. Like, your regular attack just has this tremendous amount of commit to it. It's easy to accidentally trigger the block. The snail having, like, 2 frames of animation you'd need to fix. A lot of stuff has, like... How do you even do it? Let's go down. I don't know how to do his... He's got a move that I don't know how to do. Where he... That's funny. Can't go until you finish beating up that dude. These guys... Cool, like... I don't think this has, like... I don't think this has complex... complex moves. I think this was a 95 game in the US. Let me check real quick. $19.95 for the Sega Channel. Oh, we got the... no, this doesn't use the... This doesn't use the 6 button. Alright, we died. Now, normally I wouldn't be like... Normally this would be not something like really worth mentioning, but in the context... Well, it was earlier in Japan. It was earlier in Japan. In the context of this game, using player sprites as a boss, specifically in this case, comes off as cheap, right? Like, thematically they pull it off because they have this, right? But it feels like a cop-out, right? Like, because the rest of the game is feels so cheaply made, like, I'm like, well, that's a way to save some money, I guess. Music in this is better than Final Fight. The music in this is better than Final Fight 3, but it's not as good as Golden Axe 1 or 2. Hey, perchance to stream another going Cave of Crystal. And so now we'll see, right? Like, Cave of Crystal should be a fucking cool-ass thing, and it's just this one-tiled background, right? Like, you say Cave of Crystal in a fantasy game, and there's this immediate image that comes to mind, and then it's not this, right? It's not this one background wall. Did I accidentally close this? No, here it is. Right? This like one-tiled crystal thing, right? They could have done so much with this concept, and they just failed on it, really. I think this game is roughly about the same as Golden Axe 2 when it comes to the Rat Clown Car. Thank you for the raid.
Pass. Okay, go ahead.
Welcome, Raiders. Today, I'm doing Big Boom Up Friday. We're looking at as many 16-bit belt-scrolling beat-em-ups as time will allow. Hey, Lelouchiro, how's it going? Mind Magic 5, Dark Side of Zine. Happy Friday to you too as well. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everyone. What we're doing is we're looking at, I got a sheet here. Currently, we're looking at the results for Golden Axe 3. We've got many games on deck. So, Golden Axe 3, I think the sound effects are about on par with Golden Axe 2. I don't particularly like the sound effects in Golden Axe 2. I think they're weak. It's a consequence of the Genesis sound chip, but that they're not as good as Golden Axe 1 is troublesome, right? They're worse than Golden Axe 1. Golden Axe 1 did all the sound effects better, and that the follow-up 2 games didn't is kind of disappointing. I think the music is... Now, here's where I want to compare, right? What did we give What did we give Final Fight 3 for music? We gave it a 5. I would say the music is probably a 6 in this. It's definitely better than... it's definitely better than the music in Final Fight 3. It's not nearly as good as the music in 1 and 2. It might be a 7. The music is thematically appropriate if simple. It doesn't so far have any music that we can probably look at this, right? If we does it have a sound test? It doesn't have any. It doesn't have anything that's like really grating or obnoxious. It's got some bangers. It's just kind of simple instrument choice. It's not really that deep. It's not doing a lot with the sound chip, but the compositions are good. A lot of noise channel stuff. They're trying real hard to get that snare drum out there. It's pretty good. I give it a 7. Yeah, like I think this music is good. I think it's more than 1 point better than Final Fight 3. Appearance. This game, it's the lack of animation that drags it down. If it had twice as many frames of animation, I think it would be a 7 in appearance, right? And I think Golden Axe 2 suffered from this as well. It just doesn't have that much going on with it. It's got the tiled backgrounds. It's got the low animation frame rates. It doesn't look as good as Golden Axe 1, right? There's more to it, but it's not as good. Theme, still an 8. Still an 8. It's an 8 in depth as well. It's got more moves and it's got multiple routes. It's got the magic system still. It's got a different cadence to the magic system rather than just use it all at once. Because I think you can use each level once or something like that. But interesting in that regard. Play control is similar to Golden Axe 2, and it's a little less fun than Golden Axe 2, just because it's not quite there. It's not quite a 7. It's very close, but it's not quite a 7. That's Golden Axe 3. It's, again, we see this with Golden Axe. We see this with Final Fight, where the first game is quite good, largely because it's a port of an arcade game, and in some cases they added stuff or took stuff away or made changes to it. In Golden Axe 1's case, they actually made the gameplay significantly better on the Genesis, and they added content to it. Just a super, super fun game. Final Fight 1 is a really impressive game. It's probably more impressive than Golden Axe's port. But Golden Axe's port came earlier. Final Fight was a bit later. And, it was missing co-op and stuff like that. Final Fight is not as good a port. It's not as much of the arcade at home as Golden Axe was. It looks pretty good. It looks closer to the arcade. So we see this again, though. And I think because of this, right, Golden Axe 2 loses more from Golden Axe 1's height because it makes those cuts in animation, in visual fidelity, in just like play control and fun. It's a lesser game, more so than Final Fight 2 is lesser than Final Fight 1. Because Final Fight 2, they definitely tried to add more stuff. They also they tried to make it look more like a game for the system, where it seems like Golden Axe 2 and 3, they just tried to make it less expensive to produce and take up less ROM space. So, interesting. It's an interesting trajectory to see, but I think the Golden Axe series falls off a lot more steeply, while Final Fight stays more consistently good as it goes on. So that's where we are after seeing all of the series of both of those two. Now, for those who are complaining that I hadn't fully filled out Dragon View, we're going to go back and do that now. Dragon View is kind of a late entry. It's kind of a late entry to this, because I had forgotten about. It slipped my mind. Despite it being one of my favorite games, it slipped my mind when the discussion of beat 'em ups came up. Somehow I didn't put this forward. I always think of this as an RPG, but it is, in fact, a belt-scrolling beat 'em up in its execution. Now this game, I think this game is an incredible looking game. I think it's an incredible playing game. Whether you agree with me or not, know in advance this game is going to get extraordinarily high scores. It has an incredible look. The sound is maybe not the best. Sound and music maybe suffer a little compared to, like, Final Fight. Dragon View. New game. It was developed by Kemco, I think, before they started getting into the, like, RPG Maker stuff. Haha, good, Dam explains. That's 10,000 sword thrusts. In a record time, too. Well, aren't you energetic this morning, he jibes. What's got you in such a good mood? You just smile, raising your eyebrows. Look at you, grinning like an idiot, Dam chuckles. Since you're in such a good mood, how about 30,000 more? Your jaw drops, and your smile fades. Surely you jest. Dam laughs heartily. Haha, gotcha. And don't call me Shirley.
Cheer 1 minute do hi E O R R Sklurb in the curb
Yee.
Curb.
Yes, one egg. Thank you for the 100 bits. Suddenly, Katarina runs up to you. Guys! She pants. Have you seen Grandfather? Master Kunos, you ask? Not recently. Why? This morning. He went to the arsenal, but he hasn't returned yet, she replies. He should have been back by now, and I'm worried. I'm sure he can look after himself, you say, comforting her. But I'll check on him, just to be sure. Humph! Dam snorts. You just want an excuse to get out of your workout. Katarina flares a bit at that. Come off it, Dam. You know Bumup isn't like that. She bats her eyes at you adoringly. Thanks, Bumup. It will make me feel better to know Grandpa's okay. As you leave, Katarina suddenly calls after you. Oh, Bumup! Here's the map to the arsenal. You may need it. Hugia map. Do be careful, boom up. There seem to be more demons around than usual. Arsenal. Somebody ran away. We're locked in. This game is so good. Master, you gasp. What happened? Master Kunos tries to rise, but ooh! Never thought I'd get whipped by a wizard. I must be getting old. As if suddenly remembering something, he says, I'll be alright, but Katarina's in danger. Hurry back to Rysis and stop Argos. Who's Argos, you ask? No time, go now! Yes, Master. Help! You hear Katarina yell. Put me down. Boom up, help me! Let him run. Fear tenses in your gut as you dash across the deserted street and cry out a challenge. Argos, have you the courage to face a warrior? Or are cowardly attacks on the helpless all you can muster? Release the girl! Argos turns his fearsome visage towards you. A voice like the growl of 1,000 demons assaults your ears. A feisty young morsel are you, eh? Stay back. I shall only warn you once. Bracing yourself to strike, you swear between clenched teeth, fuck! And I too warn only once. Today you die, wizard! You charge, but Argos repels your attack, as if you were only a pesky gnat. Again, Argos' evil voice reverberates within your head. You are fortunate, whelp, that I am expected at Kiri Temple. You do not die this day, but we will meet again, preparing to renew your attack. First, you must get by me, for this town has only one gate. Argos laughs cruelly. Sorry, brave warrior. We shall leave now, and your puny gate will not bar my passage. Ha 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 ha! With that, Argos and Katarina vanish. Up! Katarina's screams echo the deserted streets, leaving you alone. No! Master Kunos hobbles over to where you have collapsed in despair. Huff puff! Boom up! Where is Argos? Sadly, you answer your master's question. Oh, master, I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop him. Kunos sighs. I see. Do not blame yourself, Boom up. You did your best. Argos is strong in the evil ways. That is... Wait, what is this? Kunos spies something on the ground. Isn't this the pendant you gave Katarina? You jump up as Kunos hands you the pendant. Katarina, I won't just stay here and let her be taken from me. I'll save her, master, I swear it. Your oath declared, all else means nothing. You rush from the town. Kunos calls out to you. Wait, Boom up! Commanding tone that brings you out of your blind rage, Kunos speaks. These are no back alley thugs or weakling monsters you face. No, indeed, you shall face beings of great power and vicious evil demons. Hey, Speedy Bright, it's not my birthday. Not my birthday. It's Friday. My friend in Neil left Katarina in my care. I knew that one day I could no longer protect her. I'll not pass those duties to a hot-headed, overeager fool. Fantastic. Dino! Dino is here. Welcome, Dino and Raiders. Hello, let me get you a shout-out. Dino was playing N-Gage games today, and I'm jealous. Isn't it sick? Now listen up. Take this jade and go to Hugia. Buy equipment you may need. Check back with me occasionally. I may be able to help. Go carefully and use your brain as well as your brawn. Car Odin, thank you for the follow.
What could they want from me?
Your life rests in your hands. Got 150 jade. You're ready. Follow the map northeast across Mount Gallus. So this game Once you get past the opening, it lets you go, and you can go a lot of places. You can go into talk to this dude. There's NPCs. You can explore. There's all kinds of secrets. Good-natured smile is gone from Dam's face. I heard Katarina's screams. What happened? Explain hurriedly. Katarina has been kidnapped? He says, shocked. That's horrible. Bye. Actually, we're going to do this. We're going to save real quick. What is this dude? Examines your wounds carefully. You're hurt. Be still and I will heal you. No, it's not. Look how there's like one that hits the floor and bounces. How cool is that? Oh, yes, please do. We're going to save it real quick. So welcome everybody. What we're doing today, what I'm doing today is I've got this spreadsheet. Everybody loves the spreadsheet. John Matrix, thank you for 18 months. Really good.
And she stolidly stood her ground. But the ape attacked.
Very good. Thank you, John Matrix. So, we've got this list. Last time we got to how many of these? 15, 14, plus 13. We got to 28 of these last time. I believe there are 86 games, 87 games in total. If you want to look at the list, there it is. Basically, going through, giving each game a rating on these different attributes, which produces a final rating.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Trinity Tronity.
I'm gonna go ow, 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 ow,
Ow, ow, ow, ow, ow, ow, 100 bits. Currently, we're looking at Dragon View. Spoilers. Dragon View is one of the best games on the Super Nintendo at all. So it's going to get a very good rating. Here we go. We walk outside of the town, and then we walk into first-person mode. We're in 3D. The overworld of this game takes place in 3D. There's a map button somewhere. We're going to go to the right. This is Draken 2, after all. The music out here is really good. Some of the other music is so-so. But I think this music is really good. We're going to go in this cave. In we go. And then when we go in the cave, all of the conflict in this game takes place. All of the conflict in this game takes place in a belt scroller. This game is very different from other beat 'em ups. There aren't usually a lot of enemies at once. We want to do that. Or do I have to hit a button? I have to hit a button. Ah, that's just how it plays. It's quick. We got the Hausa from the arsenal. Secret weapon, this is totally optional. You don't need to get it. It does help with a lot of stuff. This is a full-fledged RPG, Car Odin. Oh, it's totally... This is a beat 'em up. This is 100% beat 'em up. In terms of, like, Action takes place on a belt scroll. Enemies have more, they have more than one hit to take. You have different weapons, you have magic, you have all the trappings of an RPG. This game is only available on the Super Nintendo. There is no other version of this game. It was never on PCs. It was made solely by a Japanese developer. Okay, this is where we see enemy encounters. We can avoid enemy encounters by avoiding their little clouds. Like I did accidentally there. If we go into a cloud... If we go into a cloud, we start a fight. Sometimes you need to use the sword. The enemies in this have pretty good, for a beat 'em up, the amount of strategy that you need to use is pretty... It's pretty impressive what you gotta do in this, in terms of, your strategy, how you address different enemies. You can't just go hit every enemy the same. You want to watch them and see their behavior and stuff like that before you, really dig into it. But yeah, this game is tremendous in depth. It is an RPG, but it is a beat 'em up RPG, right? If you say this game isn't a beat 'em up, then you also have to say that go back to Rises. How did I do that? You also have to say that River City Ransom isn't a beat 'em up, right? Which no one in their right mind would say, in my opinion. Please do. So this game, it has a tremendous world. It has a tremendous amount of stuff going on. Honestly, I agree, Dispatch. This is one of the best games on the Super Nintendo. I think it's probably top 10. Maybe not a top 5, but that's the competition for top 5 on the Super Nintendo is so unbelievably fierce. The way I would put this is, I looked at this before. I think this game is just below Soul Blazer in quality. And Soul Blazer is one of the best games on the system as well, right? Above Soul Blazer, you got maybe Super Metroid, Super Mario World. You got Link to the Past, right? There's not much up there. This is a totally different game. I wouldn't put Mega Man X in the top 5, no. I think Mega Man X is... I don't know that it's even top 10 on the Super Nintendo. But... Draken 1 is... For a broad category of games, Doom Noob, I think the Super Nintendo easily wins in top 10. South. Okay. Draken 1 can be... The playability of Draken 1 in any form can be summed up in 2 words. French game. So this game has level ups. It has different towns. There's NPCs and side quests in the towns. There's hints on things you can do and hints about secrets and stuff. There's multiple areas you can go. You get a quest where you're you gotta go you need explosives to open a mountain pass, so you have to go to the, like, dynamite store. Yeah, Tylon's dynamite store. There's this mysterious fellow. Psst, warrior, the shady merchant whispers out, peering left and right. Wanna buy something you can't get anywhere else? Where, you inquire. How much? Only 200 jade. Buy it. Don't have the cash, huh? Accuses the merchant. Sorry, ain't no negotiating on this price. Come back when you've got more jade. This game's also extremely well written. This game is very, very well written. What do we get? A strange voice echoes in your mind. This treasure awaits the true descendant of the dragon's hero. Touch it not without complete proof of your heritage. This is a much later game than Ys, right? This is a much later game than Ys. When did this come out? Dragon View. Wikipedia says 1994, August and November, Japan, US. Let's see what Moby Games says. Yeah, August, November. Yeah. So, shopkeeper hears, oh, welcome to my shop. The silver arrow is a mighty weapon. You need a bow to use them. 1 arrow, 5 jade. Buy? Yes. How many would you like? 1. 5 jade. Still want them? Yes. With a silver arrow. Thank you. Oh, well, HP potions. Yes. Potion. But this, like, on Super Nintendo, you got, like, Final Fantasy II, for me, is probably up in that list of, like, of top games. I think a lot of people would put 3 in there, but I don't think I would, personally. I haven't played it all the way through, though, so that's maybe not fair. Sad Boy McGee, thank you for the follow. But this game is fantastic. I think Cybernator has, at least Cybernator, I don't know about the Japanese version, but Cybernator, I think, has too many problems to be above this. Yeah, the storehouse, it's locked. There's all these little, like, look at this. Look at this attention to detail where if you jump attack the lantern, it swings. The drips, right? This game is...
I think I'm being followed.
This game is really, really good. Leroy Zane, thank you for the follow. Well, this is a 1994 game, Doom Noob. This is a year earlier than that even, right? So, when you consider that this came out before Final Fight 3, and all the stuff they jammed into it, the 3D mode, all the extra mechanics, the amount of detail and attention to detail, it's not on a moment-to-moment basis, right? The graphics aren't as detailed or as clear as... Yeah, that's true. They aren't as detailed or as clear as Final Fight 3, but there's so many of them, and they're so varied, and they're so consistent and well done. Everything looks really good. Hey, Tweechow, how's it going? Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Hey, you. What you want from Tylon? Go on, shoot. Tylon's busy right now. Won't let you in. I forget what you have to do here. Usually I'd want to get to the first boss before I go ahead with raiding. Don't let me in. Who does she think she is? I'm gonna give her a piece of my mind. Can you keep a secret, Bimup? Sure. That if I bring her fruit from Mount Gallus, she'd buy them from me. Become a queen with all that money, but Mount Gallus is full of demons, so I can't go there. Would you help me get some fruit? Would you like to hear my poem? Why not? Blah, 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 blah. What do you think? You stray off the path. There's a lot of talking you can do in this. We gotta find the person who will tell us that, I was outside. I saw a monstrous scorpion. You believe me? Nobody else does. Of course I do, you answer. Everyone knows. Little girls see everything. Scorpion was headed southeast. Go see for yourself. Big as a horse it was. So... somewhere around here we meet somebody. I can't sell it. Oh dear, I'm so sorry to hear that. We gotta find... there's some trigger... I think that you have to, like... you have to get the key to the thing, or do you just have to hear about the scorpion? I kind of forget. Because I'm trying to play fast. But yeah, this... this game is just absolutely fantastic. This is still locked. This is still locked. Maybe we have to go see the blockage first. I know, right, Noman? Added more pop culture references to the game script. But yeah, this is a weird one. I never knew about this game until I played it. Several years ago. After I started streaming. Gallus Pass. Yeah, this was 94, so magazines were going nuts about the, like, CD games, mostly. This game has a lot of, like, strategic elements to it. You can't get through there until we get the dynamite. No fruit from the trees. No fruit from those trees. There's fruit. You can make money by gathering fruit and his walk is like all hunched up and weird. Heart. We got some scorpions here. Ow. Danger. Drop hearts. But I think this game looks and plays just absolutely fantastic. This is a penalty zone. We can't really do much here. I think this pit will take me to the penalty zone. Yeah. This game has, like, pit navigation. This game is basically the closest thing we get to a, this is the closest we get to a, Super Nintendo version of, it does, Alchemical. Basically, this is the closest we get to a, Super Nintendo version of Magic of Scheherazade. If that's that, that's Arsenal. But yeah, this game, it's fantastic. Like, it's so seamless when you go to the overworld, when you go into places. It's having this 3D is a like tremendous is a tremendous accomplishment on the Super Nintendo. Well, oh, you wouldn't believe me. There was an item in, or there was a, there was a sequel in development. Golden Empire. Golden Empire was the foreground stuff. This game is just like, it's so consistent in its visual style. It's not the prettiest game, but there's so much to it. They're like, was there a time on my complete file? I think this was like a 30-hour game or something. Yeah, like look at the lighting and stuff in the Dragon Shrine. It's so good. So cool. This is, yeah, like, there might be some tenuous, like, lore connections, but there's no need to play Draken 1. Period. So we need to figure out... I don't know how to do this. Draken 1 is interesting. Draken 1 is interesting. The problem with Draken 1 is that it's extremely unapproachable. Hey, it's your boy Jay. How's it going? Welcome, Bovine! I really want to get to the, I really want to get to the first boss, but I don't remember what I need to do. Okay. It gives you a little ding-a-ling when you figure stuff out. You believe it? My daughter saw a demon near town. Where's Randy? I'm like not paying attention to stuff, so like it's hard to advance in a we did Final Fight 3, Golden Axe 3, now we're on Dragon View. Where is Randy? Yeah, we need to get the... You know, Randy. Down the alley and to the left. Down the alley and to the left?
Korath, exposed for his deceit, Korath again angered and attacked the battle without joins.
Are you
Jin
Randy?
attacked. She waited for no reply and jumped to attack. She waited for no reply and jumped to attack.
Chips.
We have to...
Really want to quit?
I'm back.
Ayana attacked.
Ride.
Nice.
Behold. Pillow.
And they
your
waged
new
battle.
power.
Another assassin. Fade opened his door to query the battle was joined, but he struck a word. Attacked.
Unless this is Randy. So you have to get over Mount Gallus. Okay, we've done it. An avalanche blocked the pass. Now no one can pass.
Did not turn.
Trying to think of a way to clear the pass. I've got it. Tylon's bombs could easily blast those rocks to dust. On the back street, go ask him to make you some bombs.
Please call again.
Corn.
So now we've learned that we need to
And they waged battle.
I'm back.
Lettuce.
Hela was to
get in
follow.
here. The woman is stomping mad. I came all the way from Kazda to buy bombs from Tylon.
Mess with me.
Peach.
The lazy fool says he's out of dynamite. I bet he just doesn't want to work today. Well, I'll show him. Nobody gets in until I get my bombs.
Angered, struck Magnus,
Stand aside,
and they
woman.
fought.
I have important business with Tylon. Why should I let you in? What do you have? What do you want of Tylon? Clear the pass. Oh, no! And the rumors are true. Gallus Pass has been blocked by an avalanche? If that's true, then I can't get home. I'm stuck here. Do you want to ask Tylon to make a bomb to clear the pass? But by all means, go in. Explain your situation. So, the pass has been blocked. I could surely make a bomb that would take care of that. There's just one problem. I'm out of dynamite, and a host of demons have taken residence in my storehouse. Do you think you could get past the demons and bring me a box of dynamite? Great. Here's the key to the storehouse. It's southeast of here. Bring me the dynamite, and I'll make your bombs for free. I got the key. I love that sign. That sign is excellent. Tylon doing good for medieval advertising. Alright. We're spending a little more time on this game because I don't want people to go, what, you gave Dragon View a huge rating and you barely played it. Also, I love playing this game, so, like, yeah, Tylon's Tylon's brand is blowing up. I love that he uses dynamite to make his bombs. But here we go. We're going to play to the first boss. Storehouse. Use the key. In we go. There's scorpions in here. Normally, I dislike iframes in beat-em-ups. I think this game uses them extraordinarily well because there's that big knockback. Look at that. Look at the attention to detail here. Where if you attack on the lamp, it knocks it back. Got armor energy. Yes. Got the transparency there as he sucks in. Yeah, the music is super atmospheric. It's not like... This game doesn't have, like, bangers necessarily, but its music does its job really, really well. This plays very much like a beat-em-up. The only thing that this does differently is that it has, like... It doesn't have combos, right? The depth of this game isn't in the combo. Key.
Credits.
Right? But I don't think combos are a necessity to the idea of a beat 'em up, right?
Milk.
There's what game am I thinking of? There's other games that have this kind of... They have the belt scroll, they have... Yeah, there's Golden Axe. Golden Axe, everybody has weapons, but, like, a potion... Now, I think... Yeah, here. No? What am I missing? Goemon. Goemon is a good example of the... like, single-hit-based beat-em-up, right? And again, another game with incredible depth, with all the stuff that they put in it. This game is much more, in my opinion, this game has much more, like, strategy and positioning and stuff. This game's, it's not easy. Yeah, Legend of the Mystical Ninja. Like, this game, this isn't a pushover of a game if you're unused to it, and, like, there's a lot, like, to it. Right, like, it's not just hit the dude or don't get hit. Like, watching enemies and watching their patterns, timing of attacks, it's all very important. And we see that a little bit with this boss. Look at this boss. Look at this fucking ball tail. Giant fucking boss sprite. It's got a charge. It's got that stab. We can hit it with our ranged weapon, though. This optional ranged weapon that you don't have to get. It even, like, it even has, like, a donk when it bumps into the wall. There we go. I'm lining that up. Aye. Yeah, exactly, Radon. This is the primary part of this game, right? Like, you don't... 200 Jade. The Dynamite. You might do other stuff in this game. There's levels, there's... You know... There's levels, there's equipment, there's a little bit of puzzles, but doing this stuff, doing these fights is the primary part of this game. This game is primarily a beat 'em up that has a lot of stuff stacked on top of it. It's just the maximum depth of beat 'em up. Now, like I said, it doesn't have combos, which is a little different than most beat 'em ups, but there are other games on the list that also don't have combos. That's right, you've got you've got the up stab. I don't think I'm going to get to the point where we get to see magic, but you know, you have an inventory, you have all this stuff, but this game it's top notch in nearly every way. It's a little weaker than some other games in certain aspects, but when we look at it, right, the sound effect, the technical aspects of this, I think this is probably like a 9. Even just doing 3D on the Super Nintendo without an FX chip is great. But the frame rate of the 3D in this is really impressive for the Super Nintendo, right? This is, this game does a lot of stuff really well. It uses the transparency mode that we see in the, but the small view window doesn't, well, you don't look at this game and go, oh, they cut down the view size to speed it up. You only think of that when you're like, wow, this game performs really good. And this game is fast. It's snappy. It plays really good. It's a little weak in sound effects. I'd say it's probably on the order of Death and Return of Superman. Sound effects are pretty much on that level.
I think I'm being followed.
Shadow's Betrayal.
What
Thank you
could
for the
they want
follow.
from me?
The music, I think, is probably about an 8. It's not, like, super impressive necessarily in any one way. The instrument choices are a little weak here and there, but it's super thematically accurate. It's really, really good in supporting the game as a whole, and that's a really important part of music, right? Like, this is great. Yeah, there's some really good tracks here and there. There's some weaker tracks. I think an 8 is probably appropriate. It's really good, but it's mostly because it fits the dungeons really good. It fits the overworld. It all serves its purpose super well. Even if the music itself isn't like, I wouldn't listen to this in my car, but it makes the game feel more immersive by its presence. Right? This is such a good overworld adventure exploration theme. It's all really, really good at what it does. Appearance-wise, I think this game is probably an 8. There are much better looking games in general, but there's a lot of attention to detail. There's a lot of really cool monster designs. It does a lot of stuff really well. With that in mind, I think the theme of this game is a 9. It's so well written. It's so immersive. Everything they like tell you to do, all the like, there's a couple of quests that are kind of irritating, but other than that, like, it's really great at bringing you into the world, at immersion in terms of like, in terms of when you pick up this game, the way it's written in like in a like descriptive third person is really good. I really like that. I think it's one of the better written games in English on the Super Nintendo. It's really, really good. Depth, maximum depth. This is the 10. If you're looking for a game that plays like a beat 'em up, but that has everything you could possibly want in depth, this is it. Play control is extraordinarily good. This game is so, like, it's so snappy and, like, it's so easy to do exactly what you want. And when you mess something up, 99% of the time you're like, I screwed that up. I could have done this differently and made it work. There's not a lot of situations you're in where you're like, well, I got screwed there. What was I supposed to do? Right? That happens a lot in other beat 'em ups. That very rarely happens in this. And as a part of that, I think that the fact that they made it very much like single hit, look for an opening, single hit, enemy has visible iframes, and big knockback, so you have time to strategize your next hit, I think that actually influences the play control really good, because you don't want to get stuck in a position where you're in a high commit scenario. I think giving you different weapon options and making those weapon options viable in different scenarios was really smart. The fact that you've got the Hausa, which is a ranged weapon, which works really good, but you can't hit every enemy with it, or it's very hard to hit certain enemies with it. So it balances that out in terms of yeah, there's reasons to use both of the weapons. One of them isn't just strictly better. And you can just use one weapon or the other through the entire game. The Hausa you have to switch off of for certain enemies, but for the most part, you can pick one weapon and stick to it and have a pretty good time. But there's just a lot to it, but everything in it works really well. There's some cases where there's some edge cases where it's not quite perfect. Like there's an up attack that has a little bit of a commit to it that you can sometimes accidentally do when you want to do a regular attack if there's a flying enemy there. But otherwise, it plays very, very, very good. It's only edge cases that bring it down from a 10 to a 9. And fun, I'm giving this a 10 in fun. I'm giving this a 10 in fun because I think this game is one of the best. Like I said, it's just below Soul Blazer in my mental list of like top NES games, which I think, what do we get? We get like Super Mario World, Link to the Past, Super Metroid, Soul Blazer. Those are all top 5. Outside of that, Final Fantasy 2, right? So I don't think it's top 5, right? I would put Soul Blazer below Final Fantasy 2. I would put the 3 like main Nintendo franchises probably at the top, although indeterminate order. And I think it's right there. It's right there, number 6 for me. Barring any games I'm forgetting, there are a lot of games out there. But as like the number 6 Super Nintendo game, this game is unbelievably good. It's really, really good, right? And again, right, like there's places we could probably give it more points if we wanted to, but in terms of like 8.8, almost a 9, I wouldn't call it borderline. That's like belt scrolling, Z prioritized combat action is like, to me, that's the meat of the belt scrolling beat 'em up, right? I don't think that saying borderline is fair at all, right? This game is a beat 'em up. There's very few games that do beat 'em up plus RPG, but if we're gonna say, oh, because it does all this other stuff, it's borderline, then it's gonna be what Shadows over Mystara is out, right? River City Ransom is out. We're gonna start eliminating a lot of games from the category because we say, oh, well, they do this or that, they do this or that other thing, right? But the reason why we're looking at games that are specifically belt scrolling, specifically have a melee combat focus for the most part, right? That's the core of being a beat 'em up. And that's why, like, this, Legend of Mystical Ninja are going to be the kind of edge cases because they're largely they have different mechanics than combos, but they're still beat 'em ups, right? If having combos is part of it, then we can go back and we can say like, oh hey, like we're gonna from like the single plane stuff, we're gonna kick Spartan X out, right? Because it doesn't have combos, right? So in that way, right, when we start to nitpick the genre that we're working on, the reason we picked belt scrolling as a core to it is because it's much harder to nitpick the belt scrolling melee combat action angle of it, right? And doing so isn't productive. Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Like, imagine a super high risk, like strategic action beat 'em up. That'd be awesome. Honestly, like, imagine, right? And yeah, like Radon said, like a lot of the best games straddle mechanical and genre lines. So I used to be able to no death Bushido Blade, but I can't anymore. But I have a problem with versus fighting games, especially of that especially because of the what I call the small town problem. All the people that I knew when I was playing retro versus fighting games, I wasn't very good at them, but I was very good at finding techniques that my friends couldn't compete against. And so
Korath had never heard of such madness and set to kill her again.
I would stop using those techniques once I discovered their efficacy, but by that point other people were like I don't really want to play that anymore. It's too hard, right? And so it was like I didn't have a pool of opponents anywhere near my skill level. There was like the people in arcades who were way too good, and there were my friends who were like uninterested in playing. So, but that's the point, right? Is that there was no one who I was the one who was interested in depth of the games, right? So, with only one person interested, there's no pool of players. Anyway, that's Dragon View. It's getting an 8.8, just below a 9, which I think that lines up with its position on the console in 6th place, to my memory. But very, very good game. I doubt that we're going to see a game get to this point any other game, right? I doubt that we're going to see a game of this quality anywhere else in this. And that's not to say that these aren't good games, right? Like a 7+ game is a really good game. When we start applying actual numbers to it instead of saying like, I think this game is great, right? When we start looking at it and actually like applying a full scale, it becomes interesting because we see the scores slide lower than we expect them to, and we go, "Oh man, Soul Blazer is like an 8.9. Wow, your rating scale sucks," right? Because people want to rate Soul Blazer 10 overall, but it just isn't, right? There's a lot of games that fall into 9. Getting a 10 in everything is really, really difficult if you're using the full scale and if you're honest about your ratings and how you're rating stuff, right? Soul Blazer is a cool game, but it doesn't make full use it doesn't make full use of the console's hardware. That's excusable because it's a very early game and it's a very fun game, and it's a very it's a thematically it's fantastic, and it's difficult to take a game that's so well liked and actually expose it to, like, well, how does it actually work? The sound effects of Soul Blazer are great until you get to that metallic bang noise when you can't harm an enemy. And you go, oh, shit. That's tough. You know the sound. If you've played Soul Blazer, you know that bang sound. And you go, ah, damn it. Oh, I hate that sound. Everybody knows that, right? All right, we're going to move on. Yet another game. This game's... I reckon this game is going to be largely... It's going to be largely more of Final Fight, right? I don't know that this game has major changes, so it's probably going to get the same... the very similar ratings. This game's sound effects are so fucking good. Hee hee hee! Hee hee hee! Final Fight guy! Guy! Or Hagar. We're gonna play as Guy. The whole point of this game is to play as the Final Fight guy. But now you see what I mean, right? Like, this game just does such a better job with the palettes and with the graphics and everything. Hey, Judicus, how's it going? And to a certain extent, the lower detail, that they're not trying for as much detail in this as they try to go for in the later Final Fight games, makes it looks better, right? To me. They might not be putting as many pixels in as many places, but like, look at the crates and the like lumber in the background, right? They do such a good job of representing that. Look at that hat. But yeah, this is a later game. This was... Yeah, there's minor differences. This is stereo reversed. I think the stereo's reversed on this. Weird. I wonder if it's the game or the... Oops. Damn it, Hollywood. I can't believe they removed Sid from later games. The censorship of Capcom. Yeah, you get an extra guy. Anytime you get an extra guy, it's this character. Shit. Shit. No. I've been killed. Final fight, guys. Burger and fries. But yeah, this is basically the same game. It's basically the same game. Bilbo! Dollar! Ah, dead. Bilbo, how did Mr. Nuts Game Boy go? Doug and bread. This is basically the same game as regular Final Fight, so we can just copy this line down. Although I will reduce a point of theme because I think Cody's a better character, but also it's the same game later. It's less interesting as a theme because, you know. Hey, buddy. Cody's great. Cody's great because he's got the fucking machine gun punch that's easier to turn cancel than guys. Speaking of criminals, let's go to the Sega Genesis. We're gonna fight some criminals. We're gonna fight some criminals. 10,000 times better. Here's a question, Bilbo. How does Bebe's Kids stack up against Frantic Flea?
And he might tell him why he looked like an ape when he was really a little monkey.
All right. We've got Growl. No Beavis. Yes.
Nose horn.
Oh, I gotta refresh. refresh this. How do we do this? Refresh FFZ. Growl looks really good. For a Genesis game, in 91, I love the use of color in this. I love the way this game looks. Your logo sprung a leak.
Sync.
Normal, 3 credits. Attack, jump, special. Game start. We got Gen, Burn, Khan, and Jack. We're gonna play as Khan. Crocodile Dundee, that dude from Fatal Fury, Indiana Jones, and that other dude, the dude from Fatal Fury again. Wait, no, Jump and Life. I want the max attack guy. Oh, this guy's got more points overall, doesn't he? This Jump guy's got more points overall. No, I guess it's even. Ah, fuck it. We'll take the tank. No, we're going to take the strong man. I'm going to take Jack. The early part of the 20th century, a group of evil poachers. I couldn't read that. Hello, this is the Ranger. What? Understand this. We will not. What? You won't get away with this. Grenade. Oh, shit. All right, theme is already through the roof. Not a huge fan of the giant flashing, but the extremely powerful weapons in this game are awesome. Hey, stop it. Who do you think you are? I'll just shoot that dude. Up. I don't know how to get rid of a weapon. That'll do it. Give me that grenade! Never mind me, just... Yo, look at that. Look at that walk cycle. That strut. Yes! Oh, that's satisfying. Bam, bam. Just...
Window.
Oh,
Dead.
brutal. Brutal throws.
Spun in circles, and when he thought he could think no more, he, 21, tapped him on the shoulder. But this was not himself. It was some kind of alter ego. A sinister 21.
And a knife. Yes.
I am hit!
Oh, just fucking destroyed. Jibbed by the train. Hell yeah. Oh, get piped. Sound effects in this are a little weak. The graphics are... They seem more colorful than the arcade version, but decidedly lower res, which, understandable. That whip. This would only support 2 at this
She
time.
told 21 to
Oh, we
prove
can hit
his
special
strength
to
before the court of Argos.
drop a
They
weapon.
fought.
I think. Or I got hit. I don't know. I get whipped. The range on the whip is really good. Yeah, if you want the list, it's right there on the thing. Oh, friendly fire! Friendly fire on the grenades. Oh, awesome. This game is very fun. This game is very fun because of how, like, what do you jerks think you're doing? Get lost, you wisp. Defeat these evil hunters. Bam. Oh, get owned. I feel like I'm playing Dragon's Crown now. Ooh, health. Look at him go. Oh. Oh, that truck exploded. This game is fucking hard. Oh, special does that. Does he always go down and do this thing? Does he always do this in the arcade version? I don't know how you avoid that. Continue. Got him. Car full of birds. Yeah. Keep a whip. The arcade version, I remember the whip being a thing. Thematically, this game is awesome. You're gonna get it, sucker. No, grenade. Okay. That worked out better. Oh, the kneel down and punch in the face. That's so good. I swear there was a grenade. We've ridden the train. Bonus stage. What? You're free to go, birds. Don't worry about the grenade. We get to see the train again. This game's very consistent in its, like, output. Someone who's more familiar with this will have to remind me if the regular enemies change throughout the game. I recall this game not having a great deal of enemy variety. But the bosses are wild. Grenade? Yeah, like there aren't that many regular enemies. Heh, big bucks for me, get it? Do we go in? Fuckers. Yeah, lots of enemies on screen at once, and they make it satisfying to fight them because, like, there is some strategy to it. The whip lowers the overall depth of the game a bit because it's so effective. But there are strategies. Okay.
I can hear strange music.
SGBU, thank you for the... Oh, Londog, thank you for gifting a sub to SGBU. Londog, thank you. It's some neural nonsense, too.
Most used spells in the spellbook: Sticks to Snakes, Fireball, Charm Person, Goodberry, Make Whole and Now Toucan Cloaked in Shadow FNP, Fear of Missing Out Gunslinger, Knives, Missiles, Survival and Thrown Weapons Armor, Picks.
Knives and missiles are my
Blacksmith
favorite
tools and
spells.
Flints, One-handed weapons.
Yeah.
Axes, Bags, Axes Bowman, Bow Natter, Long Bows, Scimitars, Crossbows,
Scimitars.
Skirmisher, Bows and Arrows Weavile, Petrification and Poison Ice Beam, Blizzard, Blizzard, Freezing Fog, and Frost Spider's Eyes Armor, Knuckles, Cold Resistance, Water Absorption, Hiding, and Healing Cleric, Communicator, Slinger, Blinding Rods, Fire Magic, and Firebolt Thief, Focus Amulet, Thieving Skills, Lockpicking and Pickpocketing Rogue, Sneak, Speed.
Yeah. Thematically, this game is incredible.
Attack,
And here's the
Melee,
thing, right?
Range,
Like,
and Climbing.
this game is significantly earlier than Golden Axe 3, and this game's environments are so much better. How many enemies? Exactly. Yeah. But again, like, who made this? Who made this? Taito? Yeah, I think, like, I feel like Taito's budgets for Genesis games were lower for Genesis and SNES games. Oh yeah, these dudes. Oh shit. What blew up? Excuse me? I feel like Taito's budgets were a lot lower than Sega's in general. Excuse me? Buddy? I guess they blow up when you kill them. I think the secret technique was to just keep a whip for this fight.
It's so good.
Space Operacopter thing with the 25 bits. 3 credits. 3 credits is not enough. Get on the boat. Yeah, this game is... I like the fact that this game is, like, kind of non-stop.
Oh, yeah.
But... manages to... It manages to... Zero Dine, thank you for the 70 bits. But yeah, this game is... thematically, this game is great. Like, I love the theme of this game. It's that kind of combination of, like, Indiana Jones, what, like... It can't be quite post-war, right? Because we have, like... I am aware of one of the final bosses of a Growl game. Uh-oh. Yes, got him! But, like, the evil hunters and, like... And yeah, to a certain extent, even the, like, the final boss... Oh, I couldn't get it to come out. No, please spare my life. I'll give you anything you want. I want a pipe, I guess. He blew up. Hell yeah. Bivork, do you know if is the arcade boss and the Genesis boss the same? Okay. The elephant... Jesus. The elephant could be better animated. Elephant, incredibly strong ally. Thank you, elephant. Thank you, tiny elephant. Yes! I'll get him. Yeah, let's go. Come on, elephant. Good. Don't hit the explosive barrel, elephant. Oh. Okay. The rockets. I'm off by like half a pixel in my... Yeah, he just turns people into giblets. They've got a tank! This is the end for you. Oh no, he got me. Thanks. Hey guys, come up here. I got something for you. Yes! Yes! Uh-oh, I've become stuck. Okay, I'm unstuck. Clown tank. Cursed phrases. Yeah, this game, like, this might thematically be a 10. This might be a 10 in theme. Maybe it's a 9. I think this is a 9. It's just, all the shit in this game is so cool. And it's so varied, thematically, with the exception of, like, the enemies. I think, mechanically, this game is not super varied, but the theme stuff is just really good. Like, yep, it's a tank. Throw a grenade on some folks. Turn them into meatballs. Yeah, it's not very deep. Oh. Okay, cave? Cave. Yeah, look at this shit! Look at this shit! We get a torch! We can't do our special. Our actions are limited in the cave. But, like, this cave look is so much better than the Crystal Cave in what you call it, you know? But yeah, it's not super deep, but it's a... Yeah, separate throwing, hitting special throwing weapons would be pretty good. But yeah, let's see. How does this stack up? How does Growl stack up? Technical, it's 7, maybe an 8. I give it an 8. It's getting a lot of enemies on screen, and it's not slowing down at all. And that's worth a lot of points. It's doing a bunch of interesting stuff with dithering and appearance stuff that is going to look really good on a CRT, but doesn't require it. The sound effects are... they're okay. I think they're on par with Golden Axe 2 and Golden Axe 3. The music is quite good. I give it 8, I think. Appearance, this game is very colorful. It does a lot of good stuff. It's not as impressive as a conversion as Golden Axe compared to its arcade counterpart, But it's very colorful. It's really nice looking. I'd give it a 7, I think, for appearance. Theme, it gets a 9. No, theme, it's going to get a 10 in theme. This game does so much stuff right. Like the animal companions, the fucking elephant crashing into the tank. That's theme. That's fucking... This game is max theme. Like, aside from the lack of enemy variety, which I think plays into appearance in a certain point in depth, it's very good. The theme is so good. Like, it's the only game I know of that really does this. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs kind of handles the same angle, but like, I think it's... This has a... Like, I think this has some, for the music, I think this has some good tracks. It's got, like, pretty solid music. It's better than, I think it's better than Golden Axe 3's music. There's not a lot, like, there aren't a lot of songs that go, like, hell yeah, that growl song, right? Which I can do for, like, Golden Axe or Golden Axe 2. This game isn't very deep. It's got the weapons, it's got the animal stuff, but it doesn't have a lot of enemies. The enemies are... The quantity of enemies is what makes the situations more or less complex. But there just isn't a lot to it. The weapons are all pretty simple. Most of them are limited ammo, and the ones that aren't, there's the whip and not the whip, right? It controls pretty good. I'd say this controls on par with Golden Axe 2 and 3. There's certain commit to some of the stuff, and some of the bosses' patterns are like, yeah, that's true. That's true. It trades off points in depth for points in theme in that regard. One of the things that impacts play control is there's a lot about the bosses that, like, you just simply don't know what you can do. You've only got 2 or 3 moves. They have a lot of commit. And if you don't have a whip, you're kind of screwed. So, but it's very fun. I'd give this game, I think, an 8 in fun. That gives us a total of 7.5, a little over 7.5, which puts it between Golden Axe 1 and Golden Axe 2, and I think that's fair. I think that's a pretty fair assessment of Growl. I need to take a quick break, because I need to use the bathroom. We can listen to some Growl music. When we go to the BRB screen, and you're going to get some horrible neural nonsense. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be right back.
To glory and victory!
He found himself engaged in battle with himself. He casually approached the beast and attacked. Korath came to him within Aquila. It was time to die.
Window.
Fade saw Keela and attacked without pause.
Sorry, you can't use me right now.
Frill fanning.
Doro, we did it!
Rage and sadness lost the instant that he killed the foolish king, and that far more would be dead when he was finished, including Stitch. Within the spider's survives, Stitch was set free of the charges and arms. That was clearly the result. He went berserk and attacked, though in the rage, Stitch defiance, and he charged.
Fight!
Great. Neptune.
Who drew her sword and raised her shield to slay him. She emerged from hiding, and the man called Magnus wasted no time in joining battle.
70 bits. Oh, boy.
79 Duke 70 bits, 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 Duke 70 bits.
She found Stitch, but he attacked her.
Enlil,
the son of Anus,
He found her and attacked, demanding she give him blood sword.
Duke 70 bits, Duke 70 bits, Duke
He attacked the demon.
Peter! It's Duke 70 bits, Duke 70 bits, Duke 70 bits, Duke
And she attacked.
Duke 70 bits.
He was surprised to find a huge ape ripping the place apart.
Lettuce.
It saw 21 and attacked. The projections attacked.
Lamp.
And he might tell him why he
Press
looked
the
like an
square
ape.
triangle
He was
button to
really
do
a
your
monkey.
special attack.
70 bits. Oh, boy.
Thanks for the food. It's so good. It's so good. Cat, stop eating.
Stop. Time for a meat break.
I'm still hungry. I'm still hungry. Cat, stop eating. Yum. Thanks for the food.
They still saw no more quarter zones and attacked.
Head. Move. Tuna. Cereal. Cake.
They waged battle.
Window.
Incoming project.
Window.
Head toward the sea. Your followers are waiting there.
Gosh, have I got a thirst.
Leg bones.
They fought.
Mirror.
Magnus laughed and told
Front
Stitch that
axle.
he killed the foolish and so she attacked, and that
Click the
far more
sandwich
would be
to
dead
make a
before he
yummy
was
snack.
finished,
Or explore
including
the rest of my
Stitch.
bedroom.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the extended break. I realized I needed some extra water and some extra coffee. But I'm back now. Let's go back to the Super Nintendo. For the next game. What is the next game? King of Dragons. King of Dragon Pass. What do we got? Now, I know some of the Capcom ports on Super Nintendo are a bit maligned compared to their arcade ports, or their arcade versions. I know, like, Captain Commando was a little bit of a disappointment because of the, like, The frame rate and like the playability suffered a reasonable amount. We'll see how these other ones fare. Attack, jump, extra joy, manual shield on or off. Oh. One player. Our same 5 choices. Graphics are looking real nice. Let's try the dwarf. Tuner. Not quite as good looking as the arcade version, but a pretty good rendition of it. Seems a little easier. I remember those guys taking more than one hit. In the arcade version. Not as satisfying without the big numbers, but I can imagine why they didn't include that. Ow. Yeah, the background looks real good in this. We got some food. Yes! Oh, look at that. Defeated the Orc King. Oh! Oh! Look at that shield. We got the world map. We got names of the stages. Treasure in an old castle. Very evocative. Oh! Oh, that was full of ice. We have multiple lives. Again, this has got... Ah, yes, I believe so. We've got, like, levels and stuff. We've got... Our score is our experience here. Look at this. This game seems to favor, uh-oh. They seem to have made a choice with this game to favor, speed over fidelity and graphic size, and keeping so it's letterboxed with the it's letterboxed with the UI at the bottom. Battle on a mountain peak. This is a good version of the arcade. This is a pretty good version of the arcade game, honestly. Like, it's not Shadow over Mystara, right? But the arcade game never was. And it's more about... This is another game that's more about, like, positioning and finding the right time to strike rather than doing big combos. And in that regard, this plays very similarly to Dragon View. There's a little more complexity in the way the enemies move around and like their attacks and stuff, but this actually doesn't play very similar to Knights of the Round. I originally expected it to, and I was a bit disappointed at first, but then I realized this is a different type of game. Get him. Oh, it didn't hit that dude because he was jumping. Jeez, they do so much damage. Almost half your life in damage. This isn't the same type of game as Knights of the Round or Shadow of Mystara. It plays quite a bit differently. That's right, I've got the block button. The two kings. But this game does very good. This is like, I'd say this is like an 8 in theme. All the different monsters you fight, all the different locations you visit. To me, this game looks very good. It packs a lot of detail in. It keeps a lot of the look of the arcade version. This game's depth comes mostly from the fact that, you know, it has level ups and equipment, but those are all like kind of linear things that happen. You do want to try to use like score strats to get more score. Yeah. The Super Nintendo version, you have to get kind of good to win, because you only do get 2 credits, but you get several lives with each of your credits, so it's not too bad. The Super Nintendo version seems like it's a little easier than the arcade version in regard to actual like encounter balance. But it's hard to quantify.
Mongo did what the vision demanded.
This
He
plays
found
pretty
Magnus
good,
and
but
attacked. Ayara and Fade sparred to see how their skills compared after so many years.
This plays good for what it is, but what it is doesn't play that good to begin with, because there's a lot of commit to each attack, right? You're making a huge commitment, and it's much more strategic than combo-based games or... Level 3, yes! That's a mimic. Right, it's much less strategic. It's much less about being able to like pick the right combo and do the right moves, pick the right moves in the moment, and more about when to attack and like how not to like leave yourself not to leave yourself open when you're gonna, you know, probably take a hit. So, I think I've seen enough. I know this game well enough on the arcade. I know how well this compares to it. The fact that there are multiple characters, and the different characters do play pretty widely different. I'd say this probably gets like I'd give this like a 7 in depth. What it loses out in like, where it loses out in... This is such a cool boss. A little bit of slowdown, but again, giant sprites going on here. Very cool stuff. Yeah, but that's the arcade game, right? Like, that's exactly what you get in the arcade game. Did I kill one of the heads already? Or are there only 2 heads in this version? Ah, there's only 2 heads at once. And the green head comes out once you've killed the other 2. I see. Well, I think that they learned their lesson about what feels good to play between this and Knights of the Round, right? And then they went even further in that direction in they went even further in that direction with Shadow of Mystara. Yeah, so if you're expecting Knights of the Round, this game is a disappointment. But if you learn that this game does... the Red Dragon Guild is... Dwarf. Riding in a ship. Riding on a ship is a good theme. We got... frog! Look at that frog. Those frogs. Anyway. Let's see. Just put on some music. So, we have enough. I think we know enough to rate this. King of Dragons. It's not doing much on the technical level. It's doesn't slow down a whole bunch except for the big Hydra fight, but the Hydra is composed of a lot of sprites, so understandable. The sound effects are good, but they're not really notable. I'd say maybe like a 6. I think they're weaker than Dragon View. Let me just double check. Yeah, the sound effects are kind of weak. The music is about a 7, I'd say. It's good. It's rousing fantasy. It supports the game really well. The instrument choice is hampered by the Super Nintendo. I think it could do better. Could be worse. I think this game is not as good looking as Final Fight 1. I'm going to say this is an 8 in appearance because the stuff that's in here is animated generally really well. Even though it's a lower number of frames, you have stuff like the slash animation and stuff like that. You got a lot of moving parts like in the backgrounds and stuff that work out really well. And like it's got the arcade. It really does do the arcade game stuff justice in terms of animation. There's some stuff lost compared to the arcade, like the big numbers and things like that, but the backgrounds are really, really good looking. They just did a really good job with this game. Again, we'll address the depth and the play control at that point, but it's a good game. It's good. It looks good. Theme. This is a good solid 8 for theme, in my book. They give the name. They give the stages adventurous names. You take a boat. You fight a Hydra. This might even be a 9. Might even be a 9 in theme, but it's not quite as good as Dragon View because Dragon View gives you so much story and draws you into the experience so much. Depth. Depth is tough. This game is probably a 7 in depth. There's all the different characters, and let's load up a different character real quick. Because the characters are where this game gets most of its depth. King of Dragons? So if we play as, like, the elf... The elf just shoots. The elf's got a projectile just right out of the box. The elf is also, like, much weaker. The attack takes 2 attacks to kill these dudes instead of 1 with the dwarf. But we've got the bow. We can keep our range. Makes a huge difference. So the characters play, like, very, very differently. Ooh, Straub. The wizard has a, like, semi-ranged attack. So there's big differences in how the characters play. That's where most of the depth of this game comes from. That said, there's only one attack, and you don't really have a lot of depth in, like, what you do, right? The depth is all coming from the selection of characters and that kind of stuff. So I think Depth 7 accounts for, like, a bunch of the stuff that does happen in this. It does have good frogs. It's got the equipments and the level ups and stuff. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot to it. Yes, this is co-op. Or at least it says 2-player on the start menu. Play control. This game only gets a 7 for play control because there's a lot of commit every time you swing. You're going to be locked in place a decent amount. The jump attacks don't do that much to alleviate that. And there's a lot of cases where, like, the enemies will block and then hit you, and you're like, I don't really know what I could have done to have made that work better. Let's say 7 for play control. Other than that, it's quick. The animations are very clear when you can do stuff, when you can't. It's the rest of the controls really work the way you want. But you know, it's above average. It's not great, but it's good. And then this game is actually really fun to play, in my opinion. I'd give this game like a 8 in fun. Yeah, he can't figure it out. Cannot figure it out. But yeah, this game's like an 8 in fun. Probably another point in fun if played co-op, but we don't really have that luxury. That gives it about a 7.2. 7.2. Which I think is fair. Like I said, this game, to me, this game gets by on just being quite fun. It's not a particularly impressive game otherwise. And the reason for that is just its design. It's an earlier game. It's not Knights of the Round. It's not Shadow of Mystara. It's a different design to begin with. And I don't like that design as much. I think it's simpler and not as impressive a game. But it's fun to play. It's fun to play once you know what you're getting into and you're not expecting the Capcom beat-em-up experience out of it. And that they did something different is a good thing. I think it's good that this game exists, even if it's not my favorite. All right. What I want to check real quick is we might have to do like 2-to-1 here. But let me double check here. 16 remaining on the Super NES. And 13 remaining on the Genesis. We can do them one by one. Next up is Genesis. This is an interesting one. This is an interesting one. Next up, we got Mazin Saga Mutant Fighter. Oh, look at that neck. The year 1999. The Bio Beast Force, led by God Kaiser Hell, attacked Earth. We're getting a couple of points in theme right there. God Kaiser Hell is a point all on its own. Yeah, that's what caused the .com bubble to burst, honestly. Music is pretty good. It's nice and driving. Serves the first Garada K7 in Tokyo, July 1999. Oops, wrong button. All right. Some score. This game controls very weird. I forget what you have to do here. I think you have to just avoid it. No, you do have to hit it. Ow! Bonus points for it having the, like, rapid attack. But it's otherwise... The art in this is... I love the animation. The animation is really good looking. With the, like, movement. Everything in this game looks very animated. But so far, the graphics are also, like, pretty small. Okay, that's funny. That is funny to me. It will always be funny to me. In this portion, there isn't a lot of depth to the combat. It's very straightforward because you've got your regular combo, your running move, your jump move, and this. Up we go. We're on the roof now. The backgrounds in this look really good. I love the, like, level of detail for far away stuff. Also, I'm playing this on easy because I have a hard time with this game, and I already know it. It's very hard to avoid certain attacks. So normally the enemies would have a little bit more... normally the enemies would have a little bit more HP. But look at this dude. Giant hands. I don't know how to hurt this guy. Okay, I guess I can do that. But otherwise, you just get knocked down when he...
Peter!
When he does stuff at you.
When a man wielding a mighty axe attacked.
Engine!
Right, because that doesn't hurt him. I guess sometimes he just doesn't knock you down? Unclear. But now we get this. Mazinger Z. We've become giant. And block too. Now this is sick. Having become huge, we now fight this dude. I forget if we have, like... Yeah, the animation is really good. And I think they're doing it with... like, multiple sprites and doing, like, a paper doll thing, but it just looks so good the way they manage it. Like, other games that do that just don't make it that good. Versus Slughead in India. So this game is tough for me to evaluate because the beat 'em up parts of this game are like weirdly simple and like they're like this part of the game is super unsatisfying to me. Right? Like... Look at that dude on his little scooter. There's some cool stuff in these parts. But like... Beep beep. But just overall, these parts are like... Like, this would be... Even given the, like, smoothness of the animation and stuff, take that away, and this would be a fantastic Master System beat 'em up, right? That's kind of cool. They do the, like, ice front wall with the dithered transparency. This part to me is better animated, but that's about it. There's more enemy variety, which is pretty good, but like, I don't know. I'm of two minds about this pixel art, right? Like, the animation is really good. There's a lot of frames of animation. But like, the dudes are tiny. I like tiny dudes, right? But yeah, that's exactly it. Right? It's not that far off from Captain America. The animation kicks it up a notch, though, right? Like, the problem I have, though, is that, like, the backgrounds are... Whoa, that was cool. Hold on. Show me that enemy again. That guy's cool. But this doesn't have a lot of depth to this part of the game. The beat-em-up part of this game isn't very deep. But it's got a lot of other stuff going on, which is good. This stab move is very cool, right? But it also means that the strategy for many of the enemies is just get him with the poke, right? It adds depth for its existence, but also takes it away because there's not a lot of reason to do much else. Yeah, like, it's a tough thing to say, right? Because, like, a lot of stuff in this... Oh, here we go. Slughead. Oh, you can't duck that. Like, look at that. These parts are fucking sick. Imagine if the main game was, like, halfway, right? This is my quandary with this game. If the main game was a beat-em-up that looked halfway between how it actually looks and this... Yeah, like, theme-wise, this game is great. Art-wise, I'm gonna give this game a higher score because these parts are cool, but as far as the beat-em-up parts are a little thin. The beat-em-up parts could be better, but it's like... Dino Beast. The beat-em-up parts could be a lot better. They're doing some very cool stuff. At a technical level, this game's like a 9. This is like a 9 technical game, right? Because, like, the amount of animation they're getting out of it, the way the characters are animated, I think there's something else going on than just a ton of frames. But some of the characters just have a ton of frames. I know, right? The problem is that, like, here's the problem with this game. If you saw this outside of its movement, if you saw just this outside of its movement, you'd be like, that game looks kind of crappy. You're like, the backgrounds are nice, but the foreground and the characters look a little, you know? And that's the That's the primarily the drawback of this, right? I think this would be a like 9 out of 10 appearance game if it had better coloring and shading on the characters, if they were a little bit bigger, if they were a little more, not necessarily detailed, but like this stuff looks a lot like Captain America. It looks a lot like on its own, not when it's in motion, right? Just the look of the designs and the sprites and stuff looks like something I would expect to see out of like a shareware MS-DOS game 5 years later. Which isn't saying that this is bad, because 5 years in graphics technology and the advances in what MS-DOS is capable of doing make that different, but it's like there's a lot of things that contribute to these sections in particular looking really well animated and that looking a little out of place, because a lot of the other stuff that it's doing in this regard is simplified, likely in service of those good animations. So let's see. How does this rate? How does Mazen Saga Mutant Fighter rate? This is a 9. This isn't doing anything where you're like, Genesis can do that? But this is doing so many things so tightly integrated that you don't notice all the stuff that it's doing. The like independent body part movement stuff doesn't look like you're just like paper doll animating a character, right? It looks well integrated, and like the characters are whole, right? They're a single character that moves around. The fighting game parts of this are fantastic in that regard. The sound effects are fine. They're better than Growl or Golden Axe 2 or 3, but they're nothing to write home about. I give it a 7. The music, I think, is probably on par with Golden Axe 3. Nothing particularly irritating, but also nothing like really ear-catching. There's a couple that are like, I could be done with this track. It's gone on a little too long. I'll give this an 8 in appearance. I think this game is... I think that the animation really, really boosts this game up in appearance. If it was just these segments and it wasn't so well animated, this game would be like a 6. This would be, I think, right? Yeah, it'd be a little bit above Captain America, because I think the designs are a little bit better done. But in terms of like presentation when it's sitting still, this game is a little bit better than Captain America. So it'd be a 6. But the animation, the huge stuff in the fighting sections, that boosted up 2 whole points. Theme, this game has a fucking excellent theme. This is a 9 in theme, I think, because what was it? God Emperor or Hell Kaiser or something? The scaling up thing, the whole Power Rangers thing. And at the time, this wasn't God Kaiser, yeah. Hell Emperor, God Kaiser or something. Anyway, I think like in terms of theme, this wasn't, how to put this? It wasn't overdone in the West yet when this game came out. This was a novel concept. The like Sentai type game was a novel concept in the West, because this was what? This was early, wasn't it? Release on this. This is a 1993 release. So I don't think we got many of the Power Rangers games, or they were brand new. So it's very good there. the problem with this game, both of the segments, you have a couple of moves, but there's no weapons, there's no vehicles, there's no mounts or anything. There's only a few moves. There aren't really that big combos. You've got the 1 3-hit combo. You've got a running attack, but it stops you, which is weird. You've got the multi-stab thing. It's okay. There's no special moves that I could immediately trigger in the fighting scenes. The fighting scenes are pretty basic. So this game doesn't have a great deal of depth to it. It does have the 2 different modes, so it's a little better than average. But it's not that much better than, like, Golden Axe in terms of depth in total. Maybe released too early, yeah. Could have been. This game controls well, but there are certain circumstances where, like, you can't really tell what you're going to do to not take damage. I think this game is very... I'm going to rate the fun on this game. I'm not very good at this game. And I think that harms my ability to enjoy it to its maximum potential. I think when you're good at this game, when you know where to use each of the moves and you know, like, you learn how to do the boss fights and stuff, I think this game's probably an 8 in fun. Just seeing the giant shit coming at you and, like, the kind of pacing and the way that it's, like, this game is like, yeah, right out of the gate, right? So you get this feeling that it's like you're gonna have a good time with this game. It was 1 year after the Mazen Saga manga was discontinued. Interesting. But I give this game a total of 7.7, which is pretty good. This game gets a lot. This game does a lot of lifting on its theme and its animation. And, like, the technical stuff that it's doing. Like, just look at, like... Here, can we... No, we have 3 lives. I gotta reset. This game immediately lets you know what you're in for with this dude's neck. This dude's, like, flexing neck. It's like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. This is what this game's gonna be about. Here's this, like, wave effect. The Bio Beast Force, led by God Kaiser Hell, attacked Earth. Like, yeah. And like, the creature design and all that stuff is very good. But I think that just the small dudes... Whoa! That crotch hose. But, like, very cool game. Very cool game. Extremely good thematically. But, like... And, like, extremely impressive technically. But again, there's something lacking in the gameplay itself, right? Like, you're doing very much the same thing level to level. There isn't a lot of variety in strategy or tactics or how you approach enemies. It's missing that component of depth and variety in terms of, like... There's really one dominant strategy because you have so few moves. There's a couple of options of stuff you can do. You can knock enemies off platforms, but it suffers in the, like, depth and play control. It's just a little unsatisfying to play the beat-em-up segments, even if everything else in the game is like, wow, cool. The moment-to-moment beat-em-up play is a little lacking. Not that it makes it a bad game, right? 7.7 is still,
my God, that's
I think,
fantastic.
top 3. DeForte, thank you for the raid. I think that still puts it top 3 for the Sega Genesis. But it's, you know, if they had put a little bit more into Wizardry 8, hell yes. I hope that's going well for you. I like Wizardry 8, but boy, that's a big undertaking. I am afraid of it. Expert Iron Man, too. Holy crap. But yeah, very cool game. A lot of really good-looking stuff in it. Very technically adept game. But again, right, like it's that little guys doing a limited set of moves, I think, is what holds this game back from being like a high 8 or a 9. Which, you know, they made that choice, and I think that they made a game that a lot of people can enjoy, and I think that's awesome. It's also, like, 7.7, that's up there. That's one of the, I think that might be second best. Yeah, that's second best behind Golden Axe 1 on Genesis, which is good. Right? That's a very good game. What's next? Super NES Knights of the Round. Knights of the Round. Welcome, Raiders, from T Forte stream. Thank you again for the raid. We are playing as many belt-scrolling beat-em-ups on 16-bit systems as we can, and I've got this list of games that we're looking at, going through and giving a rating to each of the games. And we're going to determine which console we think has, I guess I should say I think, which console, the Sega Genesis or the Super Nintendo, was the better console for beat-em-ups. Right now we're doing Knights of the Round. Oh. That's not a good sign. That menu is okay, and that's good compositions, but I'm not so sure about the Arthur, Lancelot, Percival. I love Percival, but you get a bad ending if you play as anyone other than Arthur. But that's I think the Bwomp actually slows the game down. Stage 1, Village on Fire. We got that, like, war table, which is very good. I forget how this works. Do you want to break every chest or not? Silver is break, gold is keep? Yeah. I don't remember ever either. What about platinum and electrum and copper? So this game, salad. Mini salads. First challenger, Scorn. He just fucked that knight up.
I think I'm being followed.
Rare form, thank you for the follow. 2. Desperate fight. The little maps, I think, add a lot to this. They're also functionally useful. I think that helps a lot. Look at that background. I'd put that on my Windows XP. Very generous timers for this. Sword Man. I hate Masked Man. Okay, so it's 400 if you pick it up. You think it's 3 140s if you... Yeah. If you open it. That's a choice for a first message. What's in here?
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Pozolaya Makaka, thank you for the follow.
70 bits. Oh, boy.
Good. Good pull on the... Good pull on the... Good pull on the 70 bits. Thank you, Zero Nine. So 6 times 180. Hey. Salad. Orb. Level up. It's a bird carrying a sword. God damn it. Hey, is it always 3?
Do you know who I am?
600. I don't know if those are always 6 180s, though. This game plays real good.
And so
I
she
think
attacked.
Cereal!
He saw himself as a small monkey that could be hurt by most anything.
I think the big fruit basket. Good Lord, Brayford. Yeah, like this music. The music in this game is pretty uneven, in my opinion. Oh, got him. Okay, sometimes it's only 3 and not 6. The way this game has like the evolving sprites and stuff is really cool to me.
Shelves.
We do have a block button. Which, honestly, having a block button adds to the depth here. But this is good. This is good in all the ways that horse. This is good in all the ways that, like, that Captain Commando isn't. Let's see. I think that's... I think that's good enough to know what we got to do with this game. Knights of the Round. Technical, I'll give this... This has really, like, big sprites. It doesn't have a lot of slowdown. It plays real nice. The sound effects in this are weak. They're seriously...
demanding she give him
they're
blood
hardly there at all, and when they are there, like, they feel overpowered by the music. The music, it's hit or miss. I think the music in this isn't as good as Dragon View. I think this is a 7 in music. There's good tracks. It's all pretty thematically appropriate, but it's also like that one. It's like this stuff is good though, right? Like it's kind of half and half. Appearance, this game looks real good. This game looks real good. I think this looks as good as King of Dragons. Bigger sprites though. It's got a little less variety in terms of stuff, but I think I'm gonna give this an extra point in theme, just for the fact that it has that level up thing, and each of the 3 characters has a whole bunch of different, like, details that change. Their armor changes a little bit. You can see Percival's pauldron changes, his axe changes. There's a lot of detail there. There's the maps at each stage with the people looking around like it's a little battle table. And, you know, it's Arthurian. I think that Arthurian... Using Arthurian as a specific theme rather than a more generic, quote-unquote generic, yeah, he gets so powerful he becomes bald. He's too powerful for hair. Seared right off. I think this has I think this has like a really good thematically. I think Arthurian fantasy is a little weaker than going a route of kind of generic fantasy and coming up with more of your own stuff. when you have the plot and the story all laid out for you, it's a lot easier. It's kind of a cop-out to me to do it. However, this game does a lot of stuff to draw you in thematically. It really puts you in this, like, you know, tactical battles and why the knights are important. And it also, thematically, it tells you to fuck off if you don't win as Arthur. So there's that. Play control. This game plays pretty good, although there are some things about this that I think make it a little less preferable to Final Fight. Those are present in the arcade version as well, but as a good representation of the arcade version, I think this game still suffers from those same things, right? Like, yeah, exactly, Dispatch. Like, the spin on it can be very good, but it's still like, if you have to come up with your own fantasy plot, you can do a lot better job with it, or you can do a lot worse job with it. You're gonna get a mediocre, but like a pretty average or slightly above average thematic range, right? You have a much narrower range when you pick Arthurian specifically. This game is fun to play, though. It's got a lot of stuff going on. It's fun to play. It's pretty challenging, though. Like, playing this with limited credits, pretty challenging. There's some tough stuff you'd have to do in this to, like, make it really shine. Back to the Genesis. That was a surprisingly good place to cut the music. Next up on the Genesis, we did Mazen Saga just before. Next up on the Genesis, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Long ago and far away, a legendary interdimensional being known as Zordon, to the city of Angel Grove to establish a vanguard in the never-ending struggle against evil. Swords. Good sound effect right off the bat. Rank. Type A, I don't know what that means. "6,000 years ago, a morphological being known as Ivan Ooze. This game's doing a great job with presentation so far. Blue, yellow, red, white, pink, black. We're going with pink. Oh, this has got some good sound effects. Oh, solid. Oh, the choke. No 6 buttons. Nice solid combo. Do we have throws? Can we throw them? Yes. We only have a throw. Am I like supposed to go forward or like? There's just a lot of enemies. Life up. I need time up. Okay, there we go. Refills time. Subway to mall. Image. That regular combo is the most damaging. Day Moon. Give me that. Life up. I don't like that. Woo, woo, woo. Wave Symphony.
What could they want?
Here the follow. Cafe. Uh-oh. Oh, we got a fire sprite. He's wrecked us. Okay, it's partly the design, but it's also like partly the way I'm interpreting it. But it kind of looks like the Pink Ranger is just like she's got this massive chin in the stage end screen. We got cutscenes. Gained mind control. Elsia, the Master Warrior. Oh, the animal powers of Ninjetti. New ninja uniforms. Yeah, this is like... This music is fucking... This is a 9 in music, I'm pretty sure. It goes fucking hard. There's a lot of stuff going on in the... Yeah, there's a lot going on in this plot. Blast back to Earth. Ectomorphicons are destroying the city. The still art is really good. The power is on. Wait, does she have a gun? Do they all have guns? Why can't I use the gun? Oh. We get to pick a new ranger every level. Alright, we'll go with the cool tiger helmet. He's also got a huge, like, he's got like a dozo blooge going on. Oh shit! I did not expect that. Burn. Credit. Oh, extra credit. We got different. We need a hero. Who wants to go hang out at We Need a Hero, which appears to be a bar? Yeah, not a lot of enemy variety yet. Yeah, it could be a sandwich shop. It's a good name for a sandwich shop. Should have all of the oh! On fire sprite. Always good. The depth isn't really there with this so far. We haven't had any boss fights, too, which worries me. The backgrounds look really nice. There's a lot going on here that, like... Hold on a second. We can kind of, sort of... Yeah, like a lot of this stuff would be better blended if it was... If it was on composite, a lot of dithering, a lot of alternating stuff. Oh, okay, we got that. We got a kill. All right, cool. Off of me. Oops. Yeah, there's a lot of this enemy. A lot of Ooze-Man. Man, We Need a Hero is a pretty big chain, huh? Oh! We're looking right up its crotch. Now it's a scorpion. Oh! Ninja Megazord or Falcon Zord. Ninja Megazord. Okay, the Zord part is still Hornitron. Oh geez, those are lasers. Look at those little cars. What a good detail. Oh, that takes life. It hits. Yeah. Oh, we've got a block instead of jump. Hello? Scorpitron. How do I... Oh! Toss Scorpitron around. Yeah, this game, like, everything that's in the game... Everything that's in the game is fucking sick. Like if it's Ooze-Man on level 2, right? Like, yeah, look at it. Looks like a giant chin on Pink Ranger in the middle there, like Desperate Dan-sized chin. You see what I'm talking about, right? I think it's supposed to be like the helmet edge. Oh! Okay, we got Putty Patrol. I assume we're going to be fighting a million Putty Patrol dudes. Wait, a sigh now. We've done Small Friday Gaming before. Portia Fimbriata, thank you for the 14 months. That's when we do like Game Boy Advance or Game Gear handheld games, DS games. Whoa! S Sentinel Neck. It's a design. Oh, that's like an instant kill on these dudes. That changes the meta a little bit. There's extra moves. How do you do the extra moves? I have a 6-button controller. It doesn't seem to do anything. Are you sure that's not for the fighting game? Or for the other game that's not the movie? Please, come back on screen. I'm wearing like assless chaps. Are both hands... Yeah, huh. Jump plus left. That's jump. Oh. That's confusing. Yeah, you have to do a neutral jump. Are those giant ears? They look like giant ears. Oh. Interesting. Grow, grow, grow! Let's try. Oh! Different Zords! White Tiger Zord or Thunder Megazord. I see where they put all the variety. Oh! I see where they put all the variety in this. Ah, but it's the same enemies. Okay, this has a little more depth than I originally thought. I love that this game is like an 8 in theme, but if you're a fan of the show, it seems like it's a 10 in theme because it's all the shit from the show, right? Bulk and skulls, stupidity. Are there other moves? Oh, he's got a gun. Okay. That's what they mean by weapon attack. The music is great. Oh yeah, it's full spoilers on this. I want to know how good this game would be if you cannot. Once you start flashing, you're stuck in place. Which, understandable, right? Like being able to just pull out the gun at any time and do half of their health and damage would be I'm out of time. What does that mean? Ha! Health drain. Oh! Oh, explosion. Yeah, well, how do you like gun? Grabby hands. Oh, now we go. Oh. You know? Oh! Oh! They've got grabby hands. I think. A little bit more going on. This is not bad. The shit. Goldar. How do you like guns, Goldar? Oh, he's flying. Can't use gun when he's flying. Oh, bombs. Oh, can't hit him when he's... Oh. Ah, got him. Did he leave? Oh, there he is. Now he left. Grow, grow, grow. Who's growing? Oh, what do we got? Thunder Megazord.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
White Tigers are going to use the other one now. Dangerous Game singing for the 100 bits. Oh. Oh, we got a shot here too. We got a power station. Look at that! Look at that, like, half-completed or half-sunken house in the background. Keeps doing that. How dare he use a move that I can't easily retaliate against? Repeatedly. It's weird because, like, it's the top of a house. A flaming sword. Get him. Fucker. Down here. Runs away. Get him on low health. That giant chin on Pink Ranger. The teenagers find out that Billy is the Blue Ranger. In the meantime, Jason said, there's so much plot in this. Billy. Billy. Okay, this is kind of ultimate. What's your move? Not as good. The lava, too. Honestly, gun is the best charge weapon attack. Anyway, I think we've seen enough to rate this. Most of the fights are against Goldar. Just kidding. There is a lot of asset reuse, but like honestly, I think it's kind of accurate to the show, if I'm not mistaken. That like they really did fight the same like nameless masked dudes for whole seasons at a time, and then fight Goldar 25 times. Right. Come on. I want you, no, block. I want you to block so that you take fucking generation damage from this. The Goldar fights are kind of infuriating because he just flies out of range and then shoots you with bombs. And because the gun does so much damage, like, picking anybody else is pointless. Alright, it's raining fire now. The fire hits the enemies. But there's still Putty Squad. Putty Patrol. Oh man, imagine if you were fighting the Putty Squad enemies in this. That stops after a while. Man, Angel Grove or whatever is fucked up. What's that? Points. I can't tell if these are random or if they're like set and just change over time. But this isn't peak game design right here. Also, all the enemies giving points instead of like health ups. An extra credit. Now there's some kind of Greek columns. I'm pretty sure it drops one directly on you every so often. Power of the Sword become the new Power Rangers. Holy shit, this covers a lot of ground. Stage 6. We got Ninja Megazord or Falcon Zord. You breathe. Oh. Okay. Alright, we can just fucking Ivan Ecto M. The bird has a cool combo, but its regular attack is so slow that it can just get interrupted midway. Just hurt myself? Okay, he left. We're gonna fly up after him. Don't let that booger man escape. Okay. Oh! Take that, booger man. I don't know how to... I'm sure it's fine. I don't know how to counter that. Let's finish him off with Falcon Zord. He's gone again. Today's top 10. That's it? Was that the end? I guess that's the end. No, wait. I guess we get to see this. This is the ending. We don't get to fight the dude. Happens. Oh. Shot by a laser. I'm sure the show explains that. Thanks to the Power Rangers, Angel Grove and the world have been spared from the terror known as Ivan Ooze. Ivan and the 50-foot monster had us surrounded, said Bulk. There was no escape, said Skull. Oh, Bulk and Skull. Look at this. Look at this group. Look at this group. Bulk and Skull. What do we got? What does this game get? Technically, this game doesn't do much in the way of, like, technical, impressive stuff. Sound effects are fucking great. This is a 9 in sound effects and music. Appearance, I'll give this an 8. Theme, I'll give it an 8. This is a very good game. It doesn't have a lot of depth. This is a 5 in depth. Play control is a 7. And fun is an 8. For a total of 7.5375. A little bit better than Growl, which I think is fair. It's also an easy game. It's easy to finish, which I appreciate, but, like, you know, I can understand that not everyone. Some people want a more challenging game. I like easy games. Great music, though. Great sound effects for the Genesis. Really satisfying. The depth, you know what? I'll give it an extra point in depth. I'll give it an extra... Well, no. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Even with the extra, like, charge attacks and stuff, it doesn't have weapons. It doesn't have mounts. The Zord stuff is really simple. There's just not a lot to it. Oh, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick while this plays. I'll be right back. We got an interesting game coming up after this one. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. I don't know if the credits are looping. I don't know if we've seen all the credits. The power is on. Bye. We need to move on to the SNES. Legend. Seika. I know little about who developed this. I know this was a relatively, like, this was what, like late 92? Something like that? Beldor, the Maleficent, reigned as a despot over the kingdom of Selech. For 1,000 years, all was chaos and destruction. Many knights went on a final crusade to destroy Beldor, but none returned. The people united, built energized heroes, and imprisoned Beldor's soul. Now Clovis, corrupt son of the king of Selech, wants to harness Beldor's power and conquer the kingdom. Legend. Look at these dudes. Has co-op. Option, easy, medium, hard. Default's easy. Player one color, red, green, blue. Nice. Shared lives. This play is green. Start legend. Odd menu structure there. Look at our dude. Cross the forest and find the old wizard. The beginning of the quest. So this game's a bit odd. It has... You hold the button to continuously attack. And you can do this, like... You have this, like... yes, I believe we looked at this on YouTube last week. This is another one of the games that, like, influenced how I put together the ratings. Look at these dudes jumping around. 4 enemies on screen at once. Full screen, big sprites, big meats. Look at that meat. The music is... The instrument selection in the music is great. The subtle change of, like, the background layer here between the two segments. Bread. Yeah, bread. Bread. That water effect is really good too. Simple but effective. I'm a little torn on the music because the instrument selection is so good, but there's parts of the composition so far that I'm not too hot on. Gimme. Meat. This game has a very particular style too. It's really like not. It has this kind of the art style is the way the characters are put together reminds me a little bit of like it reminds me of higher like concept Western animation stuff, like Pirates of Darkwater and like Thundar. The way the characters are designed, not the quality of the animation. So far, we've heard... Oh, it's Little John. Oh, he's got a kick. Get fucking owned, dude. Oh, he can... It might be. But scaled up. Oh. That used too much life. I think the problem, Shaboy J, is that... Oh, mudmen and birds. Guess what birds turn into? Giant meat. No, key. Did I lose my keys? Delicious mudman meat. I love the way this game looks. The huge sprites, the like that boss was so fucking big. The like food sprites, the fog, the water, the backgrounds. And like for this game playing a little bit slow, yeah, it's like this game feels like a Western barbarian deal, you know? It's like it's not, you're not doing these like quick, oh, look at this fucking tree. Yes. Oh, put me down. At him. Got him. Look at this. Look at this. Look how fucking cool this is. The fucking wizard's house raising up from the swamp. Underneath the treant we defeated. There he is. Thank you for your help. Now it is time for me to give you a present. Take this very old map. It will be helpful on your quest. Warning, there's going to be a lot of flashing on the round complete screen. Text. So you might want to look away. It's very flashy text. 11 keys for Kaor. 61 enemies destroyed. And then, bonus round. Get all that gold. Look at this. Look at the map. Look at the map. It's so fucking good. Look at that. Tap. Ah, we're going along this route. Oh, this game is just dripping with the this like dripping with theme. Look at that. It's so good. Oh, zoom in on the map. Reach the city and find the well-known Joe's Inn. Was this 94? I thought they were advertising this. Well, I guess advertising, right? They were advertising it as early as 93. No, birds! I gotta spend some magic here. 'Cause I'm low on health. I would rather be alive and bereft of magic. Oh. When you play a game like Legend, you can't really help it. It just kind of happens. The game is such a legend. Oh, red. The game is kind of tough. Magic potions. Get him. Just swing. That little run? That's so cool. We got a muddy river now. The subtle palette differences go a really long way to hiding this game's asset reuse. That it's evening. That even within the same screen, this game doesn't pause. Even within the same screen, these guys have, like, different armor colors and slightly different appearance because of it, right? The green cloak, the black cloak. I don't know if there's functional differences between the enemies, but that goes a long way to making them not feel too samey. Oh, Solid Snack. You're thinking of Solid Snack. Can we get a shout out for Solid Snack? Look at this. Look at this rain. Oh, breathe out the poison skull. Oh, dog. He's been around, but he hasn't been streaming. I know he sometimes takes... He sometimes takes a hiatus for a while. It may just be one of those times. I've seen him in chats a couple of times. Fairly recently, so... I know for a lot of folks, like, streaming takes a lot of energy and a lot of yeah, super cool, dude. Streaming takes a lot of energy and a lot of time, especially if you want to put together like a good presentation. I just stream from the seat of my pants, so like I can do it on a moment's notice. But I know some people like put a lot more effort into it. Solid Snack definitely puts a lot of thought and care into his streams. So I can see why he might want to, damn it. Why he might want to, spread those out, or might not have the opportunity to do them as often as you'd probably like. Oh, I got a kick in there. Ow. But yeah, this game is so atmospheric. There's a whole, like, because this has a block button and because the way it uses it,
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Akabidi. Oh, look at that sign. Atmospheric. Oh no, it's gold. I have a lot of gold though. 70 bits. With 100 bits. Akabidi, thank you for the
70 Phenomatihi.
Finn, thank you for the. Oh, look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. The animation in this game is great too. Hey, thank you for the 70 bits. Oh boy. Oh. This game is... It's very deliberate. Oh, the hanging meat. Look at the foreground hanging meat. How sick is that? Oh, look at this dude. Who is this dude? The music. The screen shake is really good too, subtle. Not too much of it, but just right. This game just... It's weird, right? Because I think to a lot of people this game would play really badly. Because again, right, like, we're looking at a game that's not necessarily... It's not your standard beat 'em up, right? This is some weird barbarian game that just happens to play like a belt-scrolling beat 'em up. But, like, not getting surrounded and using the, like, back attack stuff is really important to it. And there's just this weight. It trades play control for theme in giving your attacks all this, like, tremendous weight. That your combo isn't this fast slash affair. It's just this, like, it's these big, heavy swings. You can feel the weight behind them. There's that kick. Oh, I messed up. think I know Iron Commando. I've seen that name before, though. Let's get up here. This game does one thing that irks me. Is the foreground stuff. I want that key, though. Fuck! No! That key. This music is really good. Like, this is some, like... This is some, Deathstalker type shit. Part adventure, part action. Uh-oh. See that? Go. Okay, oh. He's got the high ground. Okay, I got him. Despite that high ground, I got him. It's interesting, too, like, that your jump kick has... Okay, we're at max magic. I might want to use a magic coming up. That your jump kick has so much mobility compared to your walking. Leads to some... interesting, like, interesting choices strategically. You know what's interesting, though, is that, like, even with the gameplay seemingly samey, there's a lot of magic. One up. Yes. Yo, look at this fucking dude. Alright. Get fucking skulled. Alright, we're just gonna skull this boss. Oh, good. Skull him. Skullomania. You gotta hit in. Whoa, what's this? We have, like, different magic, and I don't know how to engage it. Got him. Oh, got him without dying. Oh, it's flashy. Go out the window. Oh. It is bonus time. Use your keys to open chests. Oh, lightning. Two. How many keys do I have? There's 2 in there. A 1-up. Health. Here we are. We're going to go up here. Yes. This game is sick. This game is fully sick. It's weird because at first it appears like this game kind of plays like shit. But it actually doesn't. It's just a choice in terms of how they wanted the game to play. They wanted this game to have a lot of weight, right? Now, it's not going to be the best in play control because it is a slow, ponderous game. It doesn't control super well. It controls very consistently. It's a slow game, and there's a lot of weight to all the attacks. You have to get used to it to play it, and that's not good. You should want to pick up a game. You should pick up a game and be like, okay, I understand. I don't have to learn anything to play this. However, let's start here. Technical. This game does a lot of technical tricks that are really impressive to me. It uses a lot of the like transparencies, animated texture stuff. Mode 7 looks incredible on this. It's just the shadow here looks like just the shadow here on top of the like Mode 7 map is on its own that's impressive, right? But it's subtle and you don't notice it. And the game is constantly doing, the way it zooms in on the map, like it's doing all the time. This game is doing cool tricks to make it that really serve the appearance of the game, the way it looks, the way it feels, the way it moves. And although the game plays slowly, it rarely slows down, right? There's like 5 or 6 enemies on screen at once. No slowdown. It's full screen. It's big, relatively big sprites in between the sides of like King of Dragons and Final Fight. Very impressive. The sound effects are nice and crunchy, and like you can feel that weight to it. There's a nice clang when you hit. It manages to never break immersion. It's very good. The sound effects, tap tap. The sound effects of this are very good. I think they're not quite as good as Final Fight 1. CarTube, thank you for the raid.
Okay, go ahead.
Folks, give CarTube a follow. CarTube is a very powerful gamer and streamer. Grandia 2 on the Switch. Interesting. Hope you're enjoying that. I don't remember, is Grandia the game where like you have a kid in a blue hat and you run around town for 3 hours? I don't think I ever played Grandia 2. The music in this is very good. I give the music like an 8. I'm not super into some parts of the compositions, but overall it's like the orchestral hits, the adventurous sounding music. It's all very, very good. Very fit to purpose. Sounds great. Some of the loops could be longer, but it does its job really well. I'm giving that an 8. Appearance, also an 8, because, like I said, this game, I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do you think this game looks as good as Final Fight in total? I think Final Fight is a little bit better. I think Final Fight is a little bit better than this in overall appearance. This game does a lot of stuff technically, but the sprites could be a little cleaner. They could be a little more detailed here, or cleaned up there. I think there's room to improve on this game's graphics, but it's a little muddy at times, but overall it's quite good. I think part of it is I want to say that some of this artwork may have been scaled down or scaled up or changed scale at some point in development, and they cleaned it up, but not fully. But theme. This game is a 10 in theme. This game it nails the theme, right? It just nails it in the theme. In terms of depth, this game, it's maybe a 7. It's not as deep as Final Fight, even, I don't think, in terms of like what you can do and what you can interact with. You've got the magic, but it only serves as a bomb. You've got a guard, but Final Fight, the enemies have more to do, right? There's more you have to think about, even though there's fewer enemies at a time. This game's pretty straightforward. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but this game's also, it's tough to learn how this game plays exactly. It's tough to get into this game. You have to change your mode of thinking, and you have to realize that you're playing something that's you have to go with something that's it's a very different cadence to most other beat 'em ups. So you're gonna come into this expecting Knights of the Round. You're gonna be like, God, this is sluggish, and like the attacks are like have this huge commit to them, and it feels hard to control. It's very consistent in its control, and it wants you to do certain things which make it play a lot better, but it's not. The reason I don't say that it's very accessible is because of how it controls, right? So this game, it doesn't have a lot of depth in terms of stuff that you can do, but it's also hard to pick up and play, especially if you're used to other beat 'em ups. So there's this disconnect between those two statements, right? But this game, it isn't as deep as you would hope, and really you're only looking at, I don't know what gold is for. Unless somewhere later in the game, they're like, okay, you completed the first 5 rounds, here's a place to spend your gold. If it has that, I don't know about it. I think gold is just score. But you have your basic stuff. You have keys, food, and gold. Keys, food, gold, and potions. There's no weapon changes. There's no modal changes like vehicles or mounts. There's none of that complexity to it. The characters are all identical in terms of gameplay. You just pick your color. But again, right? Like the game isn't sluggish, right? It's just a much slower, more deliberate game. If this was a little faster and just had a little bit more, and it's not that it's not responsive. If the game felt a little bit better to play, it'd be getting an 8 or 9 in play control. It does exactly what it wants. I think that most people would find what this game wants to do to be tough to get into at first. Once you understand what the game is doing and how it's playing, and you're like, okay, I get it. This is more of Fire and Ice than like Final Fight or something, right? It's not a kung fu movie. It's a slow, heavy sword swinging barbarian movie, right? And I think that makes a big difference once you want to get in with it. Now, fun is tough because I find this game incredibly fun. Despite its lack of depth, despite its kind of slower play style, I find this game tremendously fun because it's different, because it's something that you can, like, I'm going to play another level because this game's fun. But, like, we'll take a look at this, right? Where this big dude just kind of like just bashing through everything here, right? Ugh. Oh, man. Oh, they're so powerful, the hits and stuff, right? Yeah, look at his chin. Look at his posture. Look at him yell when he... I wish we could pause this game.
So
Look at his... Look at his... How he yells when he swings. Those dudes, they're like... They're... That's awesome. But that makes this game fun to me. Like... Yeah, look at that. Look at that, like... His facial expression every time he swings. This dude's being in chains. Oh, get him. Yes. The clangs and the swings and the screams. This game does sound effects really well. Get him. There we go. And like that's like using the jump kick, spacing enemies and stuff like that, using the backswing at the right time. There's a lot to this game, but the mechanics that it builds upon and that it uses for that strategy are very simple. But yeah, the tremendous purpose this dude walks with. Like, it's... They knew what they were doing with this game, and they weren't afraid to, like... They weren't making a Streets of Rage clone. They weren't making a Final Fight clone. And they were like, we know what we're doing, and we're going to do it. We don't care if it's the same game as what everybody else is making right now. And I think to a certain extent, right? If I was playing this in the 90s and I was like a magazine dude, I would go, well, this isn't Streets of Rage, this isn't Final Fight, and that might be why it got a lower rating, right? They might have got to the first boss and been like, oh, I don't know how to fight this guy. And it's like, you gotta make use of your desperation attack, and you gotta make use of your magic. There's stuff to learn about this thing. But yeah, it plays very deliberate. I find this game incredibly fun. I want to finish this game one day. Probably not this stream, but like, oh, look at these ruins. Look at those fucking gargoyles too. Really wish we could pause this to look at stuff. Is that one gargoyle? Oh, okay, they all have a little fire in their hands. I wonder what determines which magic you get. Get those effects. Oh! Look at these monks. These evil monks. Oh shit! The light! Oh! The light's going down. Man, what a fucking game. I wonder what S is. I haven't been using it much because it costs life, but there's this attack too, which is very useful when you're overwhelmed. Oh shit! The foreground gargoyles! Look at this shit! Oh, it's so good. So, to me, personally, I find the commitment to what they were doing with this game in terms of like theme and presentation to make it really fun, right? I find that makes me I'm interested in this game, right? These guys mix it up a little bit. They have a ranged attack. Oh, good. But yeah, I would give this game like, I think this game is like an 8 in fun for me. Just because it does something different, because it's such an interesting combination of factors. You're just this barbarian with like, yeah, with a big sword going around just plowing into these dudes. But like, skeletons. Skeleton. Yeah, I know Tobor Prime, who was working on the game Savage, the Shard of Gosen, was influenced by this a decent amount. In terms of the like kind of deliberate nature of the protagonist's manner. Yeah, Savage is a ton of fun. This and Zelda 2. Which what a combination. Thank you for the subscription. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Formate. Thank you for the subscription. Glad you're enjoying the content. Get him. Red. Oh shit, look at this! Look at this fucking glass! Oh! Oh, man. This is sick. Yeah, like, that's why this is a 10 in theme. Oh, the cracks in the background, too. And, like, the transition between the, like, the dark interior and the glowing sunset corridor in glass. It's just, it's so good. That's why this game is a 10 in theme. Because, like, every little bit of technical wizardry that they do. All right, we got to see the next boss. Oh man, imagine if this had the interactivity of the Batman game. Get him. Boss time? This sure looks like a boss. Oh! The wizard! What's he doing? He's flying. No. Oh. Shooting lightning bolts. A taste of my magic. Oh, that didn't hurt him. Oh shit! He animates the gargoyle! Yo, that's sick! Okay, animating the gargoyle, unexpected. I should have expected it. But like... Oh, and it drops a bread. Oh. It's faster. Oh, he flew through the roof. Bringing the... Oh, look at that! Look at that! Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, so this game, I give it an 8 in fun because it just makes me excited. It makes me excited to play this. Oh. Yeah, co-op would be excellent. Oh, the map. Oh, love the map. Tap, tap. Eh? Eh? It's so good. Wonderful game. Love it. Total rating 8.08. Very good game. Very, very good game. Top and final fight. Second place behind Dragon View. All right, what's next on the Genesis? Mystical Fighter. I've never played Mystical Fighter. It's an early game, if I'm not mistaken. Behind Dragon View, also known as Draken 2. Mystical Fighter. Yeah, he's like, go here, across there to there. Boom. Mystical Fighter. There's also the, whoops. I guess I selected. Okay, that's a pretty sick run. Oh, look at these. Oh, look at these little goblin men. That sushi. Whoa! Ah! 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 I keep hearing part of the Power Rangers theme in this. Dude, that's sick! Oh yeah, it's probably this probably doesn't respect safe zones properly. We can bring it down like 4 pixels. This does something really cool that's completely pointless. The way it fades in and out the music when you pause. Shit. I grab these. Oh! Secret! Oh, you can overhealth in this. A scroll? Are scrolls lives? It actually has specific spots that it waits for. Alright, the jab combo doesn't work. This works. This works. Oh, sushi. Oh, we got a bomb. Lightning. Okay. That was 2 scrolls. Oh, it drains your health, too. Some enemies you can jab combo. This game's pretty sick, not gonna lie. This game plays really fucking good. Bonus room? Bonus room? It's pretty simple, but it plays good. RGB goblins. This is what happens when you try to analog capture real hardware. Throw does a lot of damage too. Yeah, this game is early, too. Like... I'm torn on the look of this game. Because it, like... It's got nice big sprites for a Genesis game. But, like, the use of color isn't great. Things are very, like, desaturated and kind of gray. But it still manages a really, like... It still manages a, like... really consistent art style. Despite that. In a way, you know what this feels like? This feels like this feels like a sequel to a Master System game that doesn't exist. Basically. Right? Like, In the same way that, what is it? Shichen Myo is a sequel to, what is it? It's Spellcaster. Whoa! Look at this enemy. What's your deal, dude? Okay, I can grab him. And he goes invincible. Oh, get belled. Dong. Oh, I almost had him. Almost had him. That bell is awesome. The magic, okay. The magic effects. Is this actually a sequel? I don't know. I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any precursor game to this. I was saying that Shichen Myo. Oh, look at these dudes. Look at this. Oh, we got a throwing weapon. Oh shit! Fucking sumo pile driver! All the way up into the sky! Damn! Red dudes. What happens if you run out of health while doing this? When you're low health, it doesn't drain, but you die in one hit. This song reminds me of something too, but I can't place it. But yeah, Spellcaster and Mystic Fighter. Are those the two games that are like one's on the Master System, one's on the Genesis, but you can tell the one on the Genesis is like you can tell the Genesis one is like, wait, is it Cruel Summer? Mystic Defender. Thank you, Krolnar. Is it, hey, Refraction. Is it Cruel Summer? Like 1.5 times speed? That like descending arpeggio, alternating arpeggio. This one. Oh, the waterfall. It's a little different, but it's really reminiscent to me.
Exposed, they fought.
Yes! Oh, shit. Wouldn't that be an arpeggio? arpeggios aren't limited to just one direction, right? You can have complex arpeggios. I swear I played this game before and, like, got into a boss fight that, like, I haven't seen yet. This game is really fun. Yo, look at this giant ogre. Holy shit. I don't know. I might be confusing it with a different game, but like... Look at this fucking dude. Look at the size of this sprite on the Genesis. And this isn't even the final boss. Component notes of a chord in sequence. Oh shit, there's a red one too! Yeah, red Oni, blue Oni. No, like, oh, he's got an... Stage 2, and we're fighting screen-sized bosses. That's what I wanted. Stabby. Oh, stabby. Okay, I want to do magic. What's level 3 magic? Earthquake. Okay, the bell is the best, and that's like level 1. Oh shit, ninjas. Those are really good ninja trot sound effects. That's a really good ninja trot. This game is surprisingly good. Oh shit. Trapped him over there. Oh, maybe. Oh, we've lost a life. In the pit. Yeah, a lot of enemy variety. Oh. Okay, carry through jump kick is really good. Take note, beat 'em up developers. Carry through jump kick. Excellent. Excellent choice. Oh no! Can I pick up ninjas? Shit. Okay, good. The music in this game is good, but, like, no longer... It is no longer, like, fit to theme. This music does not say ancient Japan to me. Oh, scroll. Get donged. Yes! Boom. Oh shit, the fire wheel! How am I gonna fight the fire wheel? These guys suck in Neo. Okay, hold on. I got a plan. I got a canal. Panama. Okay, it's too tough. Oh. Yo! This music is really good. Alright, hold on. Does this have a sound test? Option. No, fuck. This game's music is awesome. See, the start of this music, this part, that's something that in my head I identify as arpeggio, but it's probably got a different name. Yes! This music is so good. Alright. Rating time. Yeah. So where was the other one? Where's the... Which one was the music from... What was the music from the start of stage 2? I don't remember how it started. Which is the Bananarama one? There it is. Yeah, this, to me, like, that repeating descending thing is also a sequence of arpeggios. But maybe I'm misidentifying it. This game doesn't do anything super technical. It doesn't do anything super technical, but it has giant fucking bosses. And they're really detailed, and it never slows down. It's really solid. This game's also really early. 91. The sound effects in this game are actually really good, I think. I think these games, these sound effects are a cut above your usual Genesis fare. I give it an 8. Where's the good one? Which one was the continue music? They're all good. All the songs are good. The music's at 9, I think. I'd put this on par with Golden Axe for music. I'd put this on par with Golden Axe. Where's that? It's really good. Now, appearance. This is tough. Do I think this game looks as good as Golden Axe 2 or better? I think this game might look a little bit better than Golden Axe 2 simply because of the giant, detailed, well-animated bosses. It all has this sound that fits the theme, even if the composition doesn't. I think their choice of instruments and sound, general sound, is thematically appropriate, even if the compositions themselves aren't. I think this game... I think this game isn't as good looking as... It's not quite as good looking as Golden Axe 1. It's not quite as good looking as Mazin Saga or the Power Rangers game. I give it a 7 in appearance. I give it an 8 in theme, I think, because, like... It's sick that they made a beat-em-up, like an ancient Japan beat-em-up, you know? Kabuki. I like that shit. This game's not super deep. It has some interesting stuff, but it's not super deep. It controls really good, though. It's nice and snappy. You've got a bunch of different moves you can do that don't really contribute that much to the depth, but you can do them really easily. And this game is very fun. This game is on par with Mazin Saga, Power Rangers, Growl. Very fun game. That gets it a 7.6. I think it's a pretty fair rating for this game. It's pretty early. It's a pretty early game, but this is a really solid game. The music's great. Plays really good. It's it doesn't do anything. It's not gonna wow you with its technical stuff. But it's just very cool. Very attractive game to play. Nice, solid mid-7. Very good. Very good. What's next? Oh, perfect follow-up. Perfect follow-up. After Legend, guess what comes after Legend? On the Super Nintendo. Legend of the Mystical Ninja. This is another one which, you know...
One of the locals, Buzz.
Vet now, thank you for the 10 months.
Jackrabbits with his big shotgun again. For fun.
Jim Bob Sap.
Zoom in. Big cutscenes. Hey, Kid Ying! You heard the news? What are you talking about? This is really good. This game has... This game is excellent at presenting its story. Because I have an illegal... I have the illegal SD2 SNES. No longer legal version of it. Mystical ghosts. Gotta get that money. Gotta hit that fish. Get that scroll. Hey, Kid Ying. Did you know that there's a ghost in Horo Temple? If it says SD2 SNES and not FX Pack Pro. There we go, cat with a golden pipe. This game's odd because it is a belt scroller. It is the primary mode. $50. Shit. The cat was more important than $50. Cat! Got it. This is your house. We've got a, like, anime poster. That's a good touch. Hello, Kid Ying. How are you? You lose money if you hit the girls in this. You can throw money, too, which is useful. Welcome. We have everything you need. Would you like to buy something? Yes. Straw sandals, pizza, bombs. We're gonna spend all our money on sandals. Now we move faster because we have sandals. So this game's interesting because it's got a lot of stuff to do. $10 for the cat. The ghost woman of Horo Temple is very strong. There must be a way to beat her. So this is the primary, like... This is the primary mode of the game. This game has a lot of stuff going on in it, though. I'm a fortune teller. I'll tell you. You are a hero of this story, aren't you? You will do a good job throughout your long journey. Having as many sandals as possible in this game is very important. We are not open yet. Please come later. So this game is very much a River City Ransom-like, I would say. It'll open soon, just a moment. In its primary mode of operation, the fact that you can do, like, up and down attacks, I think that guy is... No, you can kill him. I hate those dudes. I hate those dudes because they can, like... They can throw their can, like, instantly and just fucking nail you. Listen to that big drum, that big... So good. Yes. More sandals, more! Okay, we have enough sandals. We have enough corn for now. Buy bombs! And buy pizza, why not? 2 pizzas. Here's where we go. I forget what the scrolls do. Strange cloud is coming from the north. I'm scared.
Oh,
Neo
I see a nice
Antoine.
young man has come to visit us. Would you mind running the camera for a minute? My wife had to milk the goat. That's it. The buttons are labeled.
Neo Antoine, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Today I'm doing Big Bum Up Friday. Oh, Big Friday Shmuppin'. Excellent. From Shmup to Bum Up. Good choice. Welcome, Raiders. Today I'm playing as many 16-bit belt-scrolling beat-em-ups as time allows for all the fuss over Ghosts. Nobody's hiring. No. Backseating is fine. I only get a limited amount of time with each of the games. Everything is delicious here. You like something to eat? Yes. Oh, these meat sticks. Thanks. Yeah, for this in particular, I only get a limited amount of time with each game, so I can't really, like, There are a lot of ghosts in the maze now. It's dangerous. Don't go in. Look at that guy. Look at that face. Anyway, there's a second mode. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Excellent. This is dangerous territory. Be careful. Proceed with caution. Boop. So this is the secondary mode of the game. This is effectively, this is just boss fights. There's like a boss level in each area. Those dudes are dangerous. Okay, that did 2 hits. What? I guess I found a secret. $100. Life up. Yeah, the music in this game is top-notch. What are these things called? Hasobake or something? Oh, elephant! Zombies popping out of the ground. This game is really good. There she is, the giant woman. Spinning plates trick. Whoop! We've used pizza. Oh my, you're so strong. I'm the Ninja Cat Kurobe. I've been waiting for someone to help me out of here. There's no time to explain. Take this $100 and hurry to Shikoku Island. Go see the cat boss, Koban. $100. We go back in there, we can't go back in there. Anyway, this game, it's real good. This is a secret maze. You may get lost inside, but there are many treasures to be found. It costs $100 to search. What do you think? Yes. Good luck. Bomb. One chest. First-person dungeon crawler mode. One scrolls. 2 bombs. And the exit. Congratulations! You can keep whatever you found. Thank you, come back again. But yeah, very, very good game. A lot of stuff going on. This is a top-notch game on the Super Nintendo. Give me that sushi. Yes. And what's the one? The egg. Anyway, let's rate it. You don't need to play too much of this. I played a whole bunch of this as a kid. I rented this like 5 or 6 times. This game does a lot with technical stuff. It's not as much as Legend, but this game does tons of stuff. Transparencies, Mode 7, the cool stuff in the cutscenes, stuff like that. The sound effects of this are top notch. This game is really, really good. I'd say like maybe an 8 with the sound effects. They're comical, they're good, but they're kind of limited in scope. The music is absolutely excellent. I think there's a 9 in music. Like I said, it's excellent music. It's really fitting. This isn't necessarily something that I would like listen to when I'm not playing this game. But that might just be a personal preference. This game's also incredibly consistent. The close-up cutscenes, the panning and stuff. I'm giving it a 9 in appearance, but a 9 in theme. This game has a lot of depth, but it also kind of doesn't. It has a lot of mini-games and a lot of extra stuff on the side and the items, but it also doesn't have combos, extra weapons. It doesn't have, it doesn't have vehicles or mounts of any kind. It doesn't have particularly, like, level up stuff. But yeah, it's got depth, but the beat 'em up part of it doesn't have that much depth. I give it like a 7 in depth. Maybe an 8. It controls pretty well. This game does some stuff that irks me in particular, which is there's a lot when you get the maximum power up with Goemon, you have this tremendous commit to your attack. You have long range, but it takes a while to come out, and like it's tough, right? Mostly the game controls really well, but there's certain parts where you're just like, fucking, what am I gonna do with that? The other thing, this game does a couple of things that irritate me particularly. Yeah, I think so. I think that's part of it, right? Is that this game is terminally multimodal. So as a result, it suffers in a lot of ways. There's also, I think this game has, hold on, I gotta test this. Make sure I'm not full of shit, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, this game has Castlevania jumps. And I think that detracts from, like, the feeling of control that you have in this game. So it's really easy to get yourself into situations where you're gonna take damage because like, you know, you like jumped at the wrong time or into something that you can't really see or predict. I think that kind of sucks. The other thing this game does, and this is where, like, I think I'm actually going to put a 7 for play control, and, like, yeah, I think this is reasonable. So I have to take a point from either play control or fun, because this game does something irritating. You lose weapon power when hit, and you have to grind enemies to get weapon power back, and it's random whether they drop weapon power. So you can end up in this cycle where you're just killing a whole bunch of meaningless enemies for no reason to get your weapon power back, because some stages are really fucking hard without max or second level weapon power. Whoop. Oh, you lose $100 for hitting the lady. So that detracts from this game a lot in my estimation, because you can get to a point where you're like, oh fuck, I don't want to keep playing this. I have no sandals and I'm out of power-ups and I have to grind for money before I can continue the game. Because the power-ups aren't like, they're not the same as River City, where River City, your power-ups are like, they're kind of, permanent, right? You go and you eat something and it powers up your stats in total forever. In this, everything's really temporary, and you can lose a lot of progress by getting hit or whatever, right? And I think that is this game's biggest flaw. But otherwise, it's a fantastic game. So we rate it technical 8, sound effects 8, music 9, appearance 9, theme 9, 7 depth, 7 play control, and 8 fun, giving it a total of 8.1, putting it above Legend, but below Dragon View. Because I think really, like, this game is a very strong game, but it does have those drawbacks. It's also, like, it's very possible to get into a really frustrating loop. It is a Konami game. And it is a Konami game all the way through. So it's interesting. Alright, where are we here? Next we're on the Genesis. I've never played this game. I didn't know this port existed. We're gonna give it a try. It's Punisher. We're gonna try Punisher. Now, I like the arcade Punisher a great deal. Europe? USA. Now, I don't know how this game is. I know Capcom did very good with their Super Nintendo ports, except for Captain Commando. But let's see how this is. This is a tough one, right? Central Park, U.S. Marine Captain Frank Castle enjoys a picnic with his family. Oh no, a brutal mob killing. Gunned down the hapless family. Good work on translating the comic art to Genesis here. Frank Castle died. If you're guilty, you're dead. No, that's nice. Punisher, Nick Fury, attack, jump, special moves. Friendly fire damage. Optional. There he is, the Punisher. Not bad. Pizza. Eat a whole pizza in the middle of combat. Ren Fair Punisher. What's going on back here? The Punisher! You can run, but you can't hide. Get those guns off the street. Very good sound effects in this. There's some weirdness with the like items and shit. Allow me to show you what I'm talking about. There's some weirdness with the items. There's some weirdness with the items. Like the sprite alignment and priority and stuff seems a bit odd in some cases. You're finished now, Bruno. Scully, get him. Shit, it's Scully. That guy has a fucking battle axe. Where did you get a battle axe? In, like, modern New York. Where did they get 2 battle axes? Yo, what? Oh. The whole bus blew up. That bus driver That bus driver has seen some shit. Tell me where your boss is. Thanks and goodbye. Raid on the Panty Brigade.
Thanks for the food.
Oh, it's so good. Yum.
Those things just like disappear without any.
Thanks for the food.
Frank's Castle. Yeah, down in the Halberd district.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Mega Man of Dr. Light. Follow. Okay, these guys, I don't remember them looking this off in the arcade version. I can't tell if it's like the like lower color fidelity. Making it harder to read their poses and stuff. Okay, this game has one very serious flaw in comparison to the arcade version. Okay, that would explain it. This game has damn it. This game has one serious flaw compared to the arcade version so far in like play control and playability, which is that you can't shoot. You can't shoot fast enough in this. You can't punch fast enough in this. It like really limits the like self-interrupt that you can do. And that's a key part of the arcade version. And I don't think that it like it's easier, but we do have a dude on fire sprite. That's worth something. But mashing the button is a huge component of the arcade game. And while this is easier in general, I don't think that they made the right amount of adjustment for how do you use your bombs? There we go. I don't know what did that, but there we go. Jump and aim. Gotcha. Yeah, like this doesn't play as well as the arcade version. It plays, programmed by the Kingpin to terminate you. Guardroid. Whoa! Like, this isn't... This isn't Captain Commando, right? Like, this is still a pretty competent arcade port. It doesn't play... It's not as good an arcade port as King of Dragons or Knights of the Round is on Super Nintendo. Like, it's impressive and it's high quality for the Genesis and considering the limitations of the platform, but it also doesn't take advantage of, I think, a lot of the things that the platform can do. A sealed copy. Oh shit, get that. Right, like, you need to be able to shoot these dudes really fast, and you just can't, you know? Right, like, they could have made this punch faster. Right? I think that the areas in which this doesn't hold up are things that shouldn't have been limited by the console, right? Like, the control is like, it's a little off, it's a little sluggish. It doesn't play as good as its arcade counterpart, right? Which is something that, like, while there's minor differences for Final Fight or for King of Dragons, this it's like I think, here's how I'd put this, right? Was this developed by Capcom internally? Or was this an external studio? Yeah, I think this would have been better on either console if it had been developed internally by Capcom and they had put that kind of care into it that they put into most of their Super Nintendo releases. But, like, Captain Commando certainly doesn't have that care put into it, right? Right, so I think we can see where this, like, it's a very cool game, but this game suffers because, God damn it. Right, because, like, they could have let you fire faster. They didn't have to do this full screen flash either, right? What's funny is that, like, from a technical perspective, you know, like, we saw Mazen Saga earlier, right? And Mazen Saga totally could have done the arcade guard droid, right? Like that flashing. There's a lot of, like, this game is it's almost there. It's gotta sit somewhere between Captain Commando and King of Dragons, I think. And you know, oh shit. Oh, this guy does not look good. That sprite does not look good. It's troublesome.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Abacadabra, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, but it's the problem in this game, I think, is that, like, it looks like they just took the arcade assets and, like, scaled them pretty poorly. Like, you can actually see the like artifacting and stuff, and it looks like they're melting, right? It's not that great. And, you know, like I said, maybe this was made under a strict time limit. Maybe the budget wasn't great. But the end result is that this isn't up to the usual quality of the typical quality of Capcom's arcade ports on the Super Nintendo. It's still a fine game. It's just not as good. Yeah, the squiggly arm looks to be drawn, right? Exactly. Anyway, let's give this a rating. Punisher. This game doesn't really take advantage of the hardware pretty much at all. It's, given how quick most Mega Drive games are, the fact that this runs, it feels kind of sluggish, it moves a little slow, the movement isn't as smooth as it could be. I don't know if that was down to the developer or whether it was a lack of technical expertise or whether it was system limit, like whether they had some kind of limitation that they were dealing with. But in the end, this feels less smooth movement-wise, animation-wise, all that kind of stuff. It feels less smooth than the SNES games, the similar SNES ports of Capcom arcade games. It feels a bit underwhelming in that regard. This game has really good sound effects. I'll give it a 9 in sound effects. The music's okay. It's not the worst part of it. I'll give it a 7, I think, in music. They're not really doing anything that, like, they're not doing anything that's gonna wow me, but it's fitting. It's, you know, it's nothing that I would be like, wow, oh shit. But also, I'm not like, the music sucks, it's annoying. About a 7. It's fine. Appearance, this is only really a 6. This is a slightly above average appearance, but it has a lot of, like, it has a lot of grot to it, right? It has a lot of... It does a pretty good job of porting the arcade assets and bringing them down to the color stuff, but it... I don't know. That, like, the face of the big robot dude really says it all to me. That, like, a lot of cases they hastily scaled assets or they replaced assets, and they just don't look very good when they did that. I think that drags the whole game down in general. And it's also, like, the arcade version of this game is very colorful. This is a very colorful game, and it's hard to move something like that to the Genesis and still make it look great. I think they made a lot of poor choices. Like that bright yellow on these dudes, like the shine part of these dudes' arms and legs being bright yellow, the cheek shine and the head shine, that looks weird and out of place. I think they could have done better. I give this a 7 for theme. It's just Crime City. It's really just the Crime City theme, but it's licensed Crime City. You know, I think the Punisher theme loses something with late parasites on it. But, you know, here's what it is. This game has okay depth. It's got the combo stuff. It's got weapons you pick up. It's got the difference between the regular Super Joy and the bombs. It's got the gun segments. It's got, it's got a variety of different stuff. It's got weapons and items and throws. It's a pretty sophisticated beat 'em up, but it's not like, it's not up there with like, it's not up there with like, the multiple route, multiple character stuff. Yeah, this port could have been a lot worse. It should have been a significant amount better, but, you know, it's, I think, a concession to Cactus Bee. Thank you for the raid.
Go ahead.
I think, in a way, Cactus Bee was playing one of my favorite games, Pool of Radiance on MS-DOS. Very good game. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Cactus Bee. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good time in Pool of Radiance. We've just finished Punisher. We're rating that. So, I think this game was a passable port or a PP. I think this game was a concession to fans who are probably a little disappointed that Capcom wasn't putting any of their beat-em-ups on the Genesis, and they wanted to give something to those fans, and what they did is they were like, hey, we'll give it to Sculptured Software. They'll do it for cheap, right? They weren't really invested in this, and I think that the Capcom wasn't that invested in it. Kind of shows through in the quality. I think the biggest places this suffers is the play control and the fun, where like this game should be an 8 or a 9. Like the arcade is a 9 in play control. You've got those super fast punches. When you pull out the gun, he's just like bah, 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 bah. It's really good. But this slows all that down, and this makes it feel much more plodding than it should be. It doesn't feel like you feel less powerful and less maneuverable as a result of that. I think it's a 6 in play control. I think that brings the fun down to a 7. Which, this game is still pretty fun. I think with a bit more dev effort, well, I can't say that, right? I think the flaws in this game, I think the flaws in this port run a lot deeper. I don't think that putting more effort on top of where it was would have corrected it. I think a different approach to development and maybe a different studio doing the port, Punisher on Genesis could have easily been an overall like high 7, low 8. As it is, it gets just below a 7, 6.7. So it's not terrible. It's still quite a good quality game, but it comes in just a little bit below Golden Axe 3, and the reason for that is it doesn't have the depth, it doesn't have the multiple routes and the multiple characters, and that theme of like giant fucking Ultimate Warrior barbarian dude riding a snail with a flail tongue that's knocking down some weird fat goblin, right? That's so much more appealing to me than like a port of Punisher that kills a lot of fun of the arcade version, right? Because it's not as quick. You're not as maneuverable or powerful. You're not just blasting off rounds with your pistol. You're taking a shot and then waiting, and taking a shot and then waiting. And that stuff all kind of snowballs into oh god. Yeah, don't buy software. Don't buy software. It's not worth it. But again, right? Like 6.7, if you like Punisher or you like Capcom beat 'em ups, or you've got a Genesis and you're like, man, I love beat 'em ups, it's gonna be a good game to play. It's gonna help you out. So it's gonna that. Hey Jeju, how's it going? Welcome. But Capcom did the SF2 port in-house after getting really fed up with Minakuchi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
What could they want from me?
Welcome, welcome. That's Punisher. All right. We got Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie on Super Nintendo. He's still alive somehow. The movie, The Fighting Edition. Right. The movie. Whoa! Look at that effect. That's a cool effect. The lightning. Stereo sound. Normal, hard. Tommy, Rocky, Kimberly, Adam, Aisha, Billy. Alright, we gotta play as dipshit Billy with the fucking 1930s animation. Let's go. Now the Genesis. Oh, this is not belt scroll at all. This might not even. Oh, whoa! Hold up. Okay, I don't know how to handle this. It's not single plane. This is a Guardian Heroes like. Look at this fucking animation. Look at this dude. You just pull some bombs out of your pocket, dude. Oh, he is dead. Canon ending. Oh no. What was the first game that had this style? The child in the background. Look at this run animation. Me running to play real beat 'em ups. I think this maybe doesn't qualify because the gameplay is. Oh, I got a burger. Rig, what's up? Because the gameplay isn't. It doesn't have any of the mechanics of the belt scroll. Holy shit, kid. You know what this is missing? You know what this is missing? This is missing the COW Boys of Moo Mesa thong shot when you jump into the background. Foods! Food, Gene! Jeans. I think we're going to skip this one. We'll remove this. I don't think that...
Yes, food!
It doesn't have the same... Like, even though it's two planes, I don't think it has... I don't think it has the, like, the necessary, you know, the thing that every other game kind of shares.
Wonderful!
We'll remove that one. We'll do Peacekeepers instead. Yeah, it lacks a real Z-axis. We'll do Peacekeepers.
Hello, how may I help you?
Peacekeepers the... Just as well, I forgot to update the title for that. But that's fine. Peacekeepers. Oh. The Peacekeepers. Option? Oh, angry mode. What's the other game we played that had angry mode? Brawl Brothers? Yeah. They're related, right? Color edit. Oh. Alright, who do we have? Oh, Flynn, Al, Echo, Procop. We're taking Procop. Now it begins. This game looks real nice. I've got to hurry. Hang on, Amy. I'll be there soon. Oh, look at this dude. Oh! Look at those animated butt cheeks. Where's the music? This play is pretty good. Oh, it is? Okay, hold on. We gotta play it with music if it's turned off by default. What is this, Taz Express? I went into the options, I didn't even notice that. BGS BGM? Background sound? Like ambient sound? What is this? Eye of the Beholder? Now it begins. Hurry. Okay, good. Okay, that's a good throw. I like that throw. Okay, you're just invincible while you're doing that too, which is good. Oh, those are mines. Okay. I like this dude's like, oh.
It's so good.
Squash. Oh, Secret Agent Bonnie, thank you for the 69 foods. Oh, headbutt. I do like that they... Oh, I lost my soup can. I do like that they've made the background somewhat muted and the characters really bright. I think that's a good choice. The backgrounds on their own, though, the detail isn't that impressive, which is tough, right? Okay, we don't have a dash. We do have a block. This dude is extraordinarily big. You'll never make it to DMHQ. You're through. We'll see, Glassjaw. Old Painless is waiting. Oh, he's got a throw. Okay, we can hoot him a bunch. Oh, fire. This guy's an asshole.
Time for a meat wave.
Okay, let's try Echo. Yeah, he does. He plays like a player. Which is like... He just sticks on you. Angry mode. Angry mode. He just sticks on you and loses his hitbox. That's not really that much fun to play against. Let's try Al. Oh, we got a pile driver.
Go. 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 Go.
Sorry, Sarge. I had to. He's family. I understand. I'll make sure Yago pays. This place is gonna blow. Take this key and save Connor. Oh, he blew up. I'm unsure. Let's try Flynn. Roy D. Tutto Hospital. What? I hate to rain on your parade, but I'm not happy. Oh, I see. This guy has multiple throws. Oh, it was that submarine talking. I see. Holy shit. Do you think they're launching the guys from the submarine too? This is pretty satisfying. The hype sub. Hey, he can run. Oh. You gotta pick up stuff. Oh, we got a man on fire sprite. Yeah, pick up the first aid kit and eat it. Two separate actions. Tomorrow is going to be more messing with Bloodborne. I got two important things working. It'll make it a little less obnoxious. I think graphically this game is pretty good. The music is not good. I understand why they default to music off. Enemy variety could be better. Alright, we're going up. This hospital's fucked. This game seems to have, like, kind of complicated move stuff. Oh, water. Okay, that's really weird. Enemies can throw you, resulting in you getting off screen. Cool. So I've heard the Japanese version does a bunch of stuff different. I have notes here. Extra combat, extra content, and branching paths. Okay, we're going down. Connor superior, you inferior, you're not superior, you're a monster. You will lose. I think they knew that this game's difficulty was just fucked. That's why they give you like a million continues. Angry mode. Well, just stay away from me. Pro cop. The fucking tombstone pile driver. Okay, if he gets revved up, can you no? I think there's a mosquito in here. The active frames on that. The active frames on that fucking jump. We're angry. Yes, get fucking anger hit. Get lit up. Fire. Yeah, this game... This game has a lot of cool concepts, but it doesn't play very well. No, I think this Peacekeepers is like, you know, like police or whatever, right? Like Peacekeepers. As a McCloud Falls. This game is missing a lot of stuff that I think, if I'm remembering correctly, that Brawl Brothers had and did better, right? Like, Brawl Brothers gives you that little isometric map. Brawl Brothers had, like... I think it had, like, more complicated... Not more complicated. Yeah. This plays like a game that you're meant to just, like, credit feed through because the bosses are impossible. Why did they cut the soundtrack? And did they cut any good songs? Small ROM size, yeah. Makes sense. Is this a maze? The fucking photo scan portraits. Punch him before he powers up? Oh, I guess I'm not supposed to kill this guy. Like, this game looks okay. How does Echo play when it's not a boss? Hey, we got an electrified dude sprite. Yeah, the boss is just fucking spawn camp. Animation when you use the can of soup and she just goes like the hit stun or like she's trying to fart. I like the aesthetic. I like the way stuff looks in general. There's not a lot of This game has a lot of butt cheeks in it, honestly. Get him. There we go. Zap. Oh, I got zapped. Wait, do you? I gotta see something. Okay. I thought for a second that it, like, kept you running after you got hit, but I was just accidentally doing the run in. How are you not fucking dead, dude? That knife. And by knife, I mean this giant fucking machete. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's how she drinks. That's how she drinks a can of soup. I think we've seen enough. All right. Technical 6. This doesn't really make use of anything. This doesn't really make use of anything that great on the Super Nintendo. I think sound effects 7? Yeah, I think this is 7. The hidden sound effects are pretty good. the thuds and crunches, nice bass. The music is a 4. It's not good music, but it's not like not the worst I've heard. Appearance, I'd give this like a 7 in appearance. It's a nice looking game. The sprites are colorful. The sprites are colorful. The characters look nice. There aren't a lot of enemies, but the ones they do look nice. The backgrounds are nice and detailed, and I like the contrast of low, like less saturated backgrounds and more saturated, colorful characters on top. It's nice because it's easy to pick out the characters. It provides that really nice contrast. Love the way that looks. But again, there's not a lot of frames of animation. Some of them are pretty good, but it's a Crime City game. A guy does pile drive you through 8 floors of a hospital, though. So I'll give this an extra point. Is the theme better than Punisher? Yeah, I think so. Because it's got like weird super soldiers and a submarine firing missiles at you. That's pretty cool shit. Depth. This game, yeah, it's a 7. I think that this game would have more depth if it wasn't seemingly designed around the regular enemies are not much of a threat, and you just credit feed the bosses. That seems to be the design philosophy. But this music, it's not bad, it's just repetitive, and there's little of it. And the instrumentation isn't great, right? It's a fine little funk loop, but that's all it is. And then it's got this like... This doesn't play very good. I find it hard to do moves on purpose, and despite there being like charging attacks and stuff like that, it's not great. The other problem with this game is it's not fun. The regular enemies are no threat and just like a bunch of like HP sponge stuff, right? And then the bosses are impossible, and that doesn't work out to... It doesn't meet in the middle.
She found Stitch,
right?
But he attacked her.
It's not like, okay, if we make the bosses a 10 out of 10
the man she attacked
on the difficulty scale, and we make the regular enemies like 2s and 3s, then the game will be balanced, right? But that's not how it works. So between impossible bosses and boring regular enemies, it doesn't make a fun game. Please do us the courtesy of aiding us. Oh, look at this mutant monster who's gonna like run up to me invincibly, throw me, and then stand over my corpse doing his attacks. Or just maybe he doesn't have a hitbox. Flynn. Yeah, like that's the problem here, is that like I'm like doing my power move and the boss just knocks me down. So it's just that's this game's trouble, is it's not that fun, right? Like Al do? Can Al do, like... No? He's got a rocket launcher, but refuses to use it. Unless there's, like, some special command I need to do. Being able to get hit out of your Super Joy is no good. just can't hit him. Just miss. So that's one of the reasons why this game gets a very low fun rating. Yeah. No Super Joy. Oh no, you beat up a little girl, you monster. So this gets a total rating of about 6.2. Not that great compared to the rest of the stable of Super Nintendo beat-em-ups. And it loses a lot in fun, the music, the play control, and the lack of... It's not really leveraging the technical aspects of it. Now we can look at Rushing Beat Shura real quick. This is the Japanese version of this. We'll look at this real quick. It's I assume the same game, but a little bit different, a little more, but it's probably going to play exactly the same. And that's the key stuff that really makes a difference. Option. Okay, this doesn't... Ikari mode. Ikari mode. I don't know what that is. Oh, Jimmy, Elfin, Dick, and Kithring. Jimmy plays Jimmy. Jimmy! Come on. There we go. Billy! Yeah, 30 continues. The music is a lot better. Dag. He too farts when he eats soup. Oh, I'm in anger mode. Anger. These guys have less hit points. Is that dude's sprite a little different? That dude's sprite is a little different. I assume just color changes. That's how I drink soup. Bob. Get out of here, Bob. I'm in a different place now. Look at that TNT. Can we... Hoot, hoot, hoot. Hoot, hoot, hoot.
Yum. Mmm.
You're literally invincible when you're hooting a dude.
Yum. Food.
Oh, this dude. Different boss? Okay, is he gonna... Yeah, he just stands over your corpse. Like... This would probably gain, like, a point or two in music. But it's still not fun to play. Right? It's still a bunch of, like... regular enemies that aren't a whole lot of threat. And bosses that are just a credit-feeding affair. So it's like... Dick. Oh, I died. Bart is dead. Anyway. So that's the... It'd gain a point or two. I don't think this would crack 7. I don't think this would crack 7. Even the Japanese version. Cutscenes would bring the theme up a little bit, but still not great. And largely because of that, like, boss strategy stuff. I'm going to take a quick break because I don't want to break in between the next two games. So we're going to go to the BRB screen. I will be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you've been enjoying the slideshow.
Eggs.
All right, let's go back to the Sega Genesis. Blast my camera. Crank this down. We're going to play Spider-Man Maximum Carnage. We're going to start with the Genesis one, and then we're going to go to the Super Nintendo. That's on both, right? Spider-Man Maximum Carnage is on both systems. Spider-Man Venom Maximum Carnage. Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. That is a very American synth. Wang, 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 wang. Software Creations, LJN, Green Jelly. Jelly. Maximum Carnage. Start game appears to be the only option. Ravencroft, a maximum security institution devoted to the study of blah, 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 blah. We got comic stuff. That's pretty good. Let's go. Spider. We got a punch, jump, we got a web. Oh, we got a swing. We got 6 button support. We got butt cheeks. Holy shit, look at how deep Spider-Man's butt crack goes. Good lord. Puck, cock, check. Pock. What if it said Plock instead? Steve, Alex. Yeah, get owned. Wham, whip, wham, whip. Sound effects, not bad. Get checked. I thought for a second that this dude had a Jughead crown on. What the fuck? Why do his legs look like that? God damn it, you can only do it when the screen scrolls. Oh, we gotta go this way. Okay. Hey, Fuse, how's it going? Why? That's a good reference. Red and Cactus Bee. Excellent. This game plays pretty good. It's quick. You got your punches as fast as they should be. You gotta get over here with your web. Imagine. Am I making this up, or is that's fucking Neil Cicerega, isn't it?
When he arrived,
the only way to move.
Outright.
The only way to move. Hell yeah, get that heart. Love pizza. Or newspapers, I don't know. One or the other. I pick up the newspapers? No. Okay. I just give you health the first time. This punch is also really, really funny to me. We don't know yet. I don't know yet. How long does it take to get to the Venom levels in this? Does anybody know? Like... Okay. What do we got now? Oh! Oh, we can pick it up. Oh, it's Lizzie and Dana. Famous Spider-Man villains. Oh, they do a hair move. Oh, Spider-Man has died to Lizzie and Dana. Power hit! Power hit? Excellent clips. Thank you so much. Oh, fragile. Up. Fucking. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is where the game's fun quotient goes. I've seen this part before. Okay, there's Spider-Man, but with more legs. Oh shit, we gotta fight Doppelganger. Can we just... Oh, we can... Oh, I lost in a cutscene. Meanwhile, inside the Daily Bogle, Spider-Man. When do I get to play as Venom? You know what's kind of interesting to me? We're already reusing Lizzie. You know what's interesting to me? How few Batman games are beat 'em ups. Well, it's Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. Game over. One continues. What is that? Is that like... Okay, that's what we want. Okay, we can't always do that. Does he get giant red claws when he does that move? Yep. So this game... Spider-Man strong. I think you do that in Prime Man as well. Give me that heart. This game has problems. Mainly that, like, everything other than the licensed characters sucks ass. Like, just absolute shit. This is some amateur-ass art. This is baby's kids level art. Outside of Spider-Man, Doppelganger, Storm, and, like, Venom, right? But, like, fucking Billy and Linda... We've fought 3 enemies so far, and they all look like shit. Like this like 45-year-old, 12-year-old in the Target shirt. Right? Like, again, I use this as a barometer. This looks like MS-DOS shareware art, you know? Not even from the registered version. Or this is more like, this is the disappointing second episode when the first episode used up all their good art. Right? This is, I feel ripped off for paying $15 for the extra episodes. And, like, the play control is good, but, like, there's a lot of shit that happens that you just, like... You don't really have a lot of control over shit that's happening a lot of the time. It feels a bit random. Boss? No. I got a question. I got an important question for someone in chat to answer. Did this come out before or after The Tick? Yeah, so I would say the makers of The Tick saw this game and they were like, We can do that. Right? We can do that, but cheaper. So, technical. This game does. It has the rotation and scaling on the web. The web is pretty well done, but that's not enough. Otherwise, this game is very bland, technically. I'll give it a 5. It does have a little bit there. The sound effects are quite good. Give it an 8. I don't think the music translates very well. It's above average, and the compositions are like very cock rock, which is what they were going for. But the instrumentation sucks. The sound package, like whoever was doing the integration of the music into the sound driver did a terrible job. I don't think this game looks very good. We'll give it a 6 for music. We'll give it a 6 for appearance. They did a really good job on the cutscenes to make them look comic-like. They did a good job on the heroes, right? Carnage looks good. Venom looks good. Spider-Man looks good. The villains look good. Venom just shot web out of his dick. Black Cat. Cloak. Look at the little portraits in the bottom right. Morbius. Like, they did a good job on these characters. I think this game gets a 5 for theme because it's not doing Spider-Man any justice, right? It's boring. You're fighting Terry and Bob and Dipshit and Fuckface the entire game. It also has very little depth. Deathlock. Deathlock's got to be a what's his name? The no feet guy. Liefeld character. Wing, 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 wing. It's just, the music's a bit grating. Play control, 6, I think. It's nice and snappy when you're in control. There's a lot of parts you don't feel in control. There's also like that climbing segment, which just, ugh. And it's not fun. It's boring. This game only gets a 4 in fun. It's so bland. Like, it might get a point or 2 in fun if you're a diehard Spider-Man fan, or if you're really into comic heroes. But other than that, like, it's bland. Yeah, we gave the music a 6, mostly for composition. Oh yeah, it's a little, like, if the game was just this, if the game was a boss rush of Spider-Man villains, it would be a lot better. But the bosses are, I saw MRR Knight play through this, and like, whoa. This game is a fucking slog. This game is a gigantic slog to get through. Let's play the Super Nintendo version. I keep twisting my controllers up. Wong, 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 wong. This does something that I really dislike. This soundtrack does something I really dislike. What the fuck was... What the fuck is that? Did they make a mistake? Electric guitar sampled at middle C and then just like replayed at different pitches. Right, which it sounds like Baby's first synthesizer soundtrack, right? I just got a sampler for Christmas. I'm gonna play electric guitar on it. Right? It sounds bad every time. Come on, get over here. Ah, this grays out when you Does that say Necro Pub on the sign up there? I can't really read it. This way. Oh wait, can I do this? No. So visually, this looks like 1 point better than the Genesis version. But it's still like these like idiotic amateur enemies for 99% of the game. Right? You're never not fighting these dudes. You're always fighting Brett and fucking Alamo and fucking Kin. Right? You're always fighting these dudes. You're not seeing the villains most of the time because this game is entirely filler, right? There's that mosquito. I'm more invested in killing this mosquito than winning this fight. Power hit. Like, the problem is that the problem with this game is that this game is mostly filler, right? So you end up oh no, that sound effect. That sound effect makes the same sound. Ta-dong. Anyway, I've played enough of this. This game's like, we're gonna copy the... Why is this fucking bug sitting around my face? We're gonna copy the values. Paste them over on the Super Nintendo. We're gonna take away a point of sound effects. Being harried by this. I don't think you have a choice. I don't think you have a choice. It's by level. You don't get to play as Venom until much later on. This loses a point in technical, I think. It does less with the hardware. It loses a point in sound effects. It's still a 6 for music. It's also like... Yeah, I think this just remains the same. It loses a point in technical, it loses a point in sound effects. It's tough though, right? Because this game looks better. I think it looks better. We'll give it a point in appearance. But what does that put it on line with? Battletoads and Double Dragon? Peacekeepers? Yeah, that's fair. No, that's not fair. That's not fair to Peacekeepers. Battletoads and Double Dragon looks pretty good. Yeah. This doesn't look as good as that. Just because it's always the same 2 enemies, right? 2 or 3 enemies that look like... What would your equivalent of MS Paint be for Windows 95, right? Alright. Oh, we're gonna move on to a good game now. We're gonna move on to a good game. I gotta take care not to play this game all the way through, because I think this game is excellent. However, I will warn you, this music is probably also not very good in the grand scheme of things. Pirates of Darkwater. Here it is. One of my favorites. Honk, honk, honk. All right. Options. Normal and hard. Player hit on off. There we go. Tula, Ren, or Ayaz. They all play significantly differently. I like Ayaz. Dragon's Maw. We got this cool world map, compass, the treasures of Rule. You don't get to choose where you go. It's just showing you the next stage. We got some Mode 7 there. We got regular attack. We got a heavy attack, which is a bit different. I don't think many beat-em-ups have a heavy attack so far. We got a Super Joy, which takes health. We got, like, that dude climbing up from the background. The Sickle Man prominently displaying his butt cheeks. The D-Rider enemy. There it is, a Dagron. No, no, you fucker! Oh. It's so hard to get that Minga Melon. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the cartoon. Falling Rocks. We're gonna have our first encounter with Conk here. Conk's a little dipshit mini-boss. You fight Conk here, right? Pretty sure. There he is. Get owned, Conk. Hello? Okay.
And then charge to attack.
This game has incredible pit tech.
Ayana attacked.
This game is very good. It plays really good. Ayaz moves a little slowly compared to the other characters, which gives the game a very, like, legend-like pace. But I like him because he can do shit like grab a dude and just fucking choke slam him off of the Sheraton. Well, I got tricked. I fell in a pit.
Oh no.
They give you a 1-up here. They knew what they were doing. Did I mention this game has advanced pit tech? This game has advanced pit tech. Because pits remain active even when they're off screen. Come here, fat pirate. Yep. Yeah, I love it. I love throwing dudes just straight down in the abyss. It's interesting, you fight Bloth here once, and you fight him again at the end of the game, and he's way harder. He gets away.
Pillow. Wing. Credits.
Get the compass.
Wastebasket.
I don't mind this music too much on the world map. The Atani Palace.
Driver's seat.
He attacked Dagon. Magnus laughed and told Stitch that he killed the foolish king and that far more would be dead before he was finished, including Stitch.
Yeah, this game, the music in this game is like a 5 maybe. There's a couple of tracks that are pretty good. I like the world map track. I like the one later on where you like you go to one of the islands and there's like these fishermen on ropes. They do a pretty good job of like hiding shit behind things in this, which I think is good. Hurling dudes straight into the abyss is great. There's little floor traps that break up things. This game does a really good job of like preserving the grottiness of the show. Even though for the most part, outside of, again, right, like outside of the bosses, they aren't really using characters from the show or anything. So like when we fight Kunk, he's from the show. Bloth is from the show. The Chiroptus, right? So come on. No. Get there we go. No. God damn it. Down you go. Well, got knocked down again. It's dangerous, you know. More necessary when you're playing on hard and like the enemies have a bunch more HP. Yep. Live by the pit, die by the pit. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Like, these enemies, despite them being the generic enemies of the game, they've nailed the style of the show, right? These look like Pirates of Darkwater characters. They're not just some random MS Paint dude, right? Yeah, exactly. They did a really good job putting that together. The backgrounds look really nice. We got like the fish jumping around. We got the buildings. I don't believe so, Flygon, because this was done, I believe, entirely in Japan. Right? This is Sunsoft internal guessing they probably shared their, like, character Bible and shit. And they might have used, like, some, like, minor, secondary, tertiary characters as inspiration for the regular enemies in this, but as far as I know, it wasn't, like... Like, I don't think Hanna-Barbera people were working on this, or Ruby Spears. Whichever. I conflate those two so often. Look at this! Look at this dude! Sidling in the front and jumping in. How cool is that? Right? Simple effects. This game isn't doing anything groundbreaking. But it's just it comes together for a really good product. I wanted to throw him into that. I like that the AI in this is a little bit stupid and you can lure them into traps, because that gives this opportunity to have more strategy than it would if they smartly avoided traps. This doesn't really, like... This game doesn't do that much that's, like, awesome with the hardware. It uses a lot of simple techniques very, very well. But this game is just, it's exceedingly fun to just beat up a fucking pirate dude, headbutt him, and toss him in a pit. You know? Look at that fucking Dagron. Look at that. That's incredible, that art. And you don't see it that often. You see it once in stage 1. You see it once here. Oh, Conk, you little fucker. Conk's tough because if he's not stunned when you walk into him, he'll get you. The best strategy with him is to give him two punches, 2 headbutts, and then smash. The combat is super satisfying. The combat in this is super satisfying, partly because there's, and we'll see, we got the first treasure. I think this next level is the one that I want to show off when we first run into the Mutarios. No, Pandawa is going to be Jarek or whatever his name is. But, like, look at this. Look at the detail and, like, they use the locations from the show. They do a really good job of making this feel like grotty post-apocalypse world, pirate sailing stuff, you know? They do just such a good job presenting this. They really capitalize on the thematic material available from the show. They do a really good job of, like, just making this feel really good. Big dude has a charge, of course. the sound effects in this are quite good. The constant grunting makes it like I feel like the constant grunting is a positive in the game. Like it sounds right for the game, you know? Can I? Free the monkey bird from the cage. We got a new enemy here, the archers. Yuri. Yeah, this is an unusually good output from Sunsoft in this era. One of their best around this time. The game does a good job of, like, there's only 3 enemies on screen at once, but it does a good job of replacing them quickly with dudes who run in. So it's It kind of feels frantic most of the time. I don't think so. Based on, like, to me, this music is like fine. It's not pleasant, but it's not like it's not pleasant, but it's not like super fucked up in any particular way. And there's there are some good tracks later on, right? It's the map music I think is pretty decent. But it is repetitive. It's not like there's nothing really noteworthy about it, or anything noteworthy is balanced by something worse, right? So like something a little bit above average, something a little bit below average. Here's an interesting thing. See that melon up there? See that melon up there? If you knock dudes down enough, you knock the melon down. And then you can eat it. But it's weird, right? Because, like, this game does a pretty good job of introducing uncommon enemies frequently enough that they remain uncommon and interesting, but not too infrequently that you think, like, oh, this game only has, like, 5 or 6 enemies. There is variety that comes up frequently enough that it's like, hey, they threw something in there that's like that's interesting and different for a minute. And it doesn't just become, like a lot of games, I think, will do this thing where the enemies that you encounter are the sum total of all the enemies you've already seen. Always. In almost even... Didn't do it fast enough. Jargus, that's his name. Right, so it's like, if you encounter a boss... not for Ayaz. Ayaz has the headbutt and the slam. But he can move dudes around, which is Ayaz only can do that. The other characters have different moves from the grapple, but I'm not sure how complicated they are. So I'm not going to play enough. I love this game. I could easily play all the way into it, but I'm not going to play enough tonight to get to it. Hamdoras. Oh. The island ravaged by black water. Blamp, blamp, blamp. They do a really good job of representing the look of the different islands. Alright, Sneakernets, have a good night. They do a really good job of representing the look of the different islands here. Making it look like the show. And filling out a lot of the, like... Not missing lore, but, like... Just filling out, like, how some parts of these areas look, right? Oh, we got an edge. We got an edge. Down you go. Oh, I dodged it. Down you go. Ah! Oh, owned. Points. Down you go. So I'm not going to get far enough in this to show one of the reasons why I'm giving this an extra point of depth. Randomly, and like, I don't mean this in a pejorative way because it's perfectly in line with like the lore of the show, but randomly there is a shmup stage in which you get on your mutated, like, powered up monkey bird and fight a giant flying cat dragon. There's a shmup boss fight in this beat 'em up, which is really fucking cool. I love that animation of them on the tree. But yeah, there's a random shmup stage, which honestly, like, it's relatively in line with the lore of the show, so it's not like they just like went wall bounce. I don't think so. They just stop when they hit a wall. Blah. But yeah, as a beat 'em up, this is a relatively simple one. It has different characters with different strategies, but generally it's like a couple of hits, a grab, a couple of hits, and then a throw is your best option. Some enemies guard. Different enemies have different strategies. The bosses have a lot of variety in terms of like what's going to work on them and what won't, and it changes. There's one boss I don't really know how to deal with. I got a strat once and I used it and then I immediately forgot it. I think this game does really well on like the consistency of its art. It's always looking really good. It actually does some interesting stuff with regard to like, it's using a transparency layer here to give that like mist quality at the top of the trees, which I think is a cool touch. It does a similar thing on the map screen. The map screen is it might have been another character getting hit from the throw. What's the boss of Andoras? Oh, is this the Lug Brothers? This might be the first Lug Brothers. But yeah, the shmup stage, there's a lot of stuff that adds like little touches here and there that are just really nice, I think. Okay, that doesn't help. I was like, I never tried blocking on the rocks. They do relatively little damage, so not that big a deal. We're gonna do one more stage. We're gonna go until we beat this stage. Because I think the stage after this one has one of two things, and I don't know which, but either way, it'll be a good stopping point. Lug Brothers. These are dudes from the show. Oh, these dudes are total fucking pushovers in regular. This game also changes the AI a good bit in hard. Oh, did I get both of them? No. Fuck. Very good sound effects. Love the sound effects in this. We're either going to get an interesting enemy or better music. One up. Banjamar. I think. Yeah, okay, Banjamar. So, they introduced an enemy here. We've seen, like, yeah, there they are. These little fuckers. Mutarios. So, while you can hit, you might be able to hit Mutarios with regular attacks if you're very lucky. You have to use your heavy attack to hit them. Which is kind of slow. The other thing you can do is you can Super Joy and they'll jump into you and die instantly because they only have 1 HP. But it can be, like, it introduces an element of strategy because they'll harry you and they do small bits of damage. But you can often take more damage from them than just using a Super Joy would cost you in health. So they're a very, like, they're a very special case enemy that provides a, like, really interesting mix into the other regular enemies. Yeah, you can slam an enemy into them as well. But you don't always have an enemy to slam, so there's, like, they do make you think a decent amount in terms of, like, what am I going to do to fight this little pig dog thing, right? Barrels, spikes. But I wanted to show those off. We'll reset now, and we'll play the good music track. But yeah, so those guys, like, they can be really dangerous, or you can lure them into traps as well. That's another option. But it shows, like, kind of a... It shows an interesting element where there's an enemy type that's not just a dude, you know? And I think that many games are missing that in terms of, like, the variety of enemy types. It did have a music test, right? What? I like this music. I like this track. It plays on a jungle island. That's pretty good. So Pirates of Darkwater. At a technical level, I think this game does some interesting stuff. It has a lot of small touches. Does it technically do better than Final Fight? I think it does. I think it's a 7 for technical. The sound effects are really satisfying. Lots of good grunts and thumps and crunches. They could be better. There's no, like, satisfying wood-breaking sound or, like, rock destruction crumble, but pretty good. I'd give this an 8 in sound effects. I think the music is a 5. The music's better than the U.S. Peacekeepers music to me, because it's got different songs for different islands. It's got a boss theme. It's got more going on, but it's still just, yeah, you know? Music is very much the weakest part. Looks, I think this is just behind Final Fight. I think Final Fight 2 is maybe even a little better than this. I give this an 8. Theme-wise, I think this is probably a 9 for me. because it handles the theme so well. It's got many little touches like Niddler coming out and stealing a melon from you. The little stuff like the melon bouncing off. The dragons, the Dagrons flying by in the background. The ship and the treasures and stuff. Although
soon there was no one left.
Mild spoilers. Well, actually, you know what? No. I won't take a point away from it for its unsatisfying ending. Because it ends just like the show did. Completely unsatisfying. And yeah, this was a this was a cartoon in the early 90s. I think depth-wise, I think this is maybe an 8. Because they keep mixing in these different enemies. Because each boss has slightly different tactics. You don't have a lot of moves. There aren't pickup weapons. But the environment provides a lot of different depth and situations, and the enemy variety. The enemy variety produces a lot of that depth, right? That you're constantly figuring out, okay, well, this dude's here now. These guys block, so I can't hit this guy. I'm going to have to throw this dude. I got to stay away from this guy. There's a lot of thought that I put in. When I'm playing this, I'm putting a lot of focus into where I'm positioned, what I'm doing, and how I'm going to approach the current set. There's always 3 enemies, right? And they're very good at replacing those enemies quickly, so there's not a lot of cases where you're like, okay, now it's one-on-one. I'm going to do the same thing I always do with one-on-one, right? But it very much it produces a lot of really interesting scenarios. There's also some minor platforming, and there's a full shmup stage, which is lore appropriate, it's wild, right? But I think that all works together to produce a much deeper than average experience, despite the limited moveset on each character. This game also plays really well. It's really solid. You have almost always... There's a couple of places where there's trick jumps and you'll jump over a pit and then they'll hit you with a rock or something. For the most part, those are avoidable. You won't see them coming, but there are ways to avoid them. But most of the time in the game, when you make a mistake, you know what you did wrong. You know that you were in the wrong position against this particular enemy in this spot, and so they hit you or whatever. And it makes for a very interesting playthrough because you are in control most of the time. You have a lot of agency, and manipulating enemies is a part of that, but also there isn't a lot of unavoidable damage. There isn't a lot of loss of agency throughout. The hitboxes are really consistent and generous in your favor, which I think is good. And I think the game is I think it's really fun to play. I would give this, let's see. Let me see how this stacks up. I would give this an 8 in fun, I think. Right? Yeah. I think an 8 in fun is appropriate. Which puts it exactly tied, score-wise, with Final Fight 2. I think a lot of the fun for me, I derive more fun from this game because I like the franchise, because I like the series. Add that... if you're a fan of the series, you're a fan of the property, add an extra point to fun, because it really is much more fun when you know who the characters are and you know that they've done such a good job presenting it. But, to most people, I would say this is an 8 in fun. Coming into it, not knowing the series and stuff, we're going to take a very quick look at... You got Ren, you got Tula. Yeah, like I said, this is still like a 7.65 without connection to the series. Tula's got rapid attacks. Plays very differently than Ayaz. Yeah, it's really weird that this show got two very different video games. Dagron. Yeah, there's that's one of the reasons why, like, there's a Dagron. There's a Dagron. Yeah, and the fact that she's moves so much faster, like, it's easy for her to get that melon and fuck off, Niddler. And she does very little damage with the early hits in her combo. But she can't carry enemies around. What is her? Oh! She's got magic for her Super Joy. And tremendous range on the Super Joy as well. Yeah! Yeah! She does kind of look like she's... It kind of looks like she's not wearing pants. Oh, she's got a weird... I haven't played a lot of Tula. Ow! You fucker! Need that melon. Yeah, Dagron Rider. In the pit. Ah! Fuck! God damn it. I'm not used to her speed. She's got a really good range on her throw, though. So she might be able to take advantage of some off-screen pits that Ayaz wouldn't be able to. Yeah, Boulder on a rope is a pretty strong... I love that you can hear them moan when they land in the pit. just drains your health. Oh, the one-ups are all your character, which is cool. I think it's very cool that they like have different one-up sprites for each character. Oh man, that is a good mechanic. That is a good mechanic. But no, it's the difference between in-place throws. The fucking range on her Super Joy is really good, but also that's dangerous. But yeah, very cool game, very enjoyable. I think that I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. And it's time for me to have some dinner. We're going to do probably, let's see, what do we got left? We've got 28 Super Nintendo, 11 Genesis, and 5 Sega CD, so that's 16. Wait, 28. Oh, I see where the difference is. 4. A lot of Japanese stuff on the Super Nintendo. Very little Japanese stuff on the Genesis. But we've got what? 5 plus 4. We got 9. 8. And 3. We'll be able to hit all of the... I'm certain we'll be able to hit all of the US games. We'll be able to finish up the US games by the time... by the end of next stream. But I think that's going to do it for me. Folks, tomorrow is Stupid Saturday. I'll just be playing probably some Bloodborne. I got some dumb tricks to try on that. But Sunday is going to be a special event on Ash Said Hi's channel at 5 p.m. Eastern. It will be a discussion focused on interactivity, engagement, and monetization. Interesting stuff if you're a streamer and you want to see how the sausage is made. That's probably going to be on the front page, maybe, hopefully. So that'll be with Ash, Will Shand, and... let me make sure I get this name right. Selena. Very good. Also, very fun streamers. I understand. I'm friends of Ash. So definitely come check that out. If that's something you're interested in, I think it'll be a really fun time. You know how the discussions get here. I'd like to be very frank about how stuff works, and I want to be able to share that with a larger audience. So Ash reached out to me to join her for that. I am humbled by the request. Who's streaming tonight? Who's streaming tonight? Oh, Zophar is streaming Lunar. We're going to raid Zophar, playing one of his favorite games. Don't forget, when you get there, click through to get Zophar partner points, or PP as we call them. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for another wonderful stream. Always fun to do this. And don't forget, The list is going to be up. I'll be saving these VODs, putting them together in a playlist for everybody to enjoy. But I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody. Have some good food. Get some good rest. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you again very soon. Good night, everybody.
Hmm.